Yes, we are.
Okay, good. Transcripts are up. There we go.
Mics are live. Great. Kevin, just a quick test. Can you hear me okay? Or Jesse, can you hear me okay? Great. Thank you. All right. We're live. Oh, and do we have Julie? Okay, good. Good. All right. So with that, we will now begin the Lane Community College Board of Education special meeting for Wednesday, April 22nd. May we please call the roll?
Kevin Alltucker,
Here.
Austin Volnaghi,
Here.
Jesse Maldonado,
Here.
Steve Mittal,
Here.
Zach Mulholland,
Here.
Michael Olson,
Here.
Jerry Rust,
Here.
and Julie Wiesman.
I'm here and I have a point of personal privilege I'd like to raise.
Point of personal privilege. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I am raising a point of personal privilege because it directly concerns my ability to fully participate in this meeting tonight. And so, which is the very matter I wish to address. So if I could, I'd like to make a quick little statement about that.
Of course. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I'm here today, but I'm going to be off camera because I cannot afford to take any more time off my full-time job. I'm listening and will comment as needed. And when this meeting was scheduled for April 22nd at 3 p.m., it was proposed that an alternative date be given because 3 trustees stated they had conflicts. Mr. Chair, you responded by email citing remarks made at previous meetings that scheduled meetings should not be altered when inconvenient for 2 members. You characterized that as established precedent and stated your intention was to ensure fairness and avoid unilateral decision-making. Mr. Chair, the remarks you cited referred to budget committee meetings where the board cannot take action. This special meeting of the Board of Education where decisions can be made and action can be taken here. Proceeding with this special meeting, knowing 3 trustees had conflicts, doesn't align with your stated intentions and prevents 3 trustees from fully and meaningfully participating in today's meeting. Serving on this board while holding a full-time job is not an inconvenience. It is a necessity. Inconvenience implies choice. Conflict does not. I'm here, but I'm unable to participate fully. I ask that my statement be written into the minutes in full, and I'll send a copy to the secretary. And if requested, I'll provide a screenshot of the referenced email communication. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. I have a response, but I will wait for others to speak on this. Kevin, what is your hand is raised? Is this a point of privilege or is this a point of order?
I would say a point of privilege, Chair.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So before we begin tonight, I want to acknowledge the seriousness of the decisions in front of us today and their impacts on students and faculty and our community. And that's exactly why full board participation matters. I also want to note that I have concern about how this particular meeting was scheduled. While the chair didn't have exact details of my travel, I did indicate during the scheduling process that I would most likely not be available due to a pre-existing commitment related to my wife's serious medical needs. So I'm on the East Coast right now. This was travel that was arranged months in advance and cannot be changed. I had arranged the travel so that I could participate in the LCC Budget Committee meeting later this evening. And I just want to note that adding an additional meeting earlier, this special meeting, creates a conflict that did not previously exist for me. That said, I'm here. I'm attending virtually, and I'm doing so because of the importance of the decisions before us. And I just want to say I felt it was important to say these words and to be present for this discussion and to state my concern about how the scheduling was made. And again, that said, I'm here and I'm ready to proceed. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. I want to appreciate both of you for stating what you've stated. Just a brief response. Believe me, I advocated for as much as possible opportunities for us to adjust schedules to meet others and everyone's needs. At the same time, I've also heard board members call duties and responsibilities they have outside of this extracurricular activities. And that is obviously demeaning to fellow board members who serve in like the budget committees and other like City of Eugene and so forth. We've made accommodations before with rafting trips and a variety of other different things in the past. And believe me, I have advocated for those things. And when we were discussing opportunities to reschedule budget committee meetings, which are governing meetings and are really important as well, unfortunately, that was the logic that was used there. So with that, I want to be as fair as I possibly can. And this is the result of that. So that is the most I can do in the response of that. I do apologize because this is also an inconvenient time for me as well. That being said, I empathize with what you're saying, but I also hope that we can empathize with other board members as well who have communicated a desire for flexibility in scheduling. So yeah, I hope that we can do that in the future. So we now
Chair, I
moving on
can't
to
find my, I can't seem to find the button to raise my hand, but I also wanted to make a comment.
all right. So you want to make a point of privilege?
Correct.
All right. Steve, you may
Thank
state your point of privilege.
Thank you. Also, just wanted to weigh in that it's an important meeting. We were given an opportunity to respond to a few options when the meeting could be scheduled, and I said that I couldn't be available in person at this meeting. It was scheduled at that time. I just want to know that for people out there in the gallery who are wondering why, at least for myself, why I'm not there in person, our chair chose to schedule us at a time that I specifically said I couldn't be available in person. Did request a change, and reasons were given that, frankly, I don't agree with the rationale, but nonetheless, like Kevin, I will do my best to participate remotely.
Steve, I'm going to be asking people in the audience not to have personal attacks. This is about issues, not people. Please do not do personal attacks like that. We have to represent good behavior. Okay. And I did not schedule, and we did not schedule this to avoid or to inconvenience anyone. We scheduled this because this was the time that the most people were available. We had quorum per board policy 2210, where I work with the president on scheduling. That is a part of the roles and responsibilities. So
I don't believe I attacked you.
Steve, this is not a back and forth. You stated your point of privilege, and I gave you that. We now do need to move on with the rest of the meeting. All right.
Well, to be fair, you are engaging in back and forth.
I am responding, and I was hoping to only have one response, but the personal attack.
I don't believe you'll have to explain now that you've accused me of a personal attack, which is a personal attack. You would have to explain to me how I attacked you. I was just merely stating some facts for the benefit of the audience. No personal attack.
All right. Is there any further point of privilege before I move on to the rest of the agenda? All right. We will now move on to the land acknowledgement. The speaker of this meeting will be Alejandro Callezo Gonzalez. Alejandro, please.
The pronunciation of my name is Alejandra Collazo Gonzalez. Thank you.
Yeah, my apologies.
I'd like to start our meeting with the acknowledgement that the land we are on is the traditional homelands of the Kalapuya people. The Kalapuya were stewards of this very land for over 14,000 years before their traditional way of life was forever disrupted. We start our meeting with humility and reverence for the original inhabitants, the Kalapuya.
Thank you. My sincerest apologies for the mispronunciation. We'll now move on to the adoption of the agenda. I do have an amendment to present for the adoption of the agenda. The agenda states the presentation of health information management and criminal justice programs. I'd like to make an amendment to this, which does require 2/3 vote, that the presentation of the health and information management and criminal justice programs and consideration of revising or rescinding a previous adopted mitigation plan. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
And Nicole, I will go ahead and email this to you just so you have it. For discussion. The reason for this amendment of this motion is to allow for the board to have as many choices and options as possible in regards to this discussion. I think it's important that we have as many options, including revisions or rescinding of the mitigation plan, if that is a choice of the board. It is important that we have these conversations. It's important that we have these conversations in public. It's important that we allow for the greatest options, choices and options for the board. And I believe by doing this, it gives us that opportunity to have that discussion if we so choose so. Again, to amend this, to amend the motion or to amend the agenda does require 2/3 vote, which would be 4 votes in this case. So that is the reason for my motion. It is open for discussion. Kevin, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure I completely understand the motion. Is it correct? Is it correct to assume that you're adding the opportunity for the board to rescind the mitigation plan? Is that what I'm hearing?
That is one of the options with the language of this motion, if the board so chooses to pass this amendment to the agenda. And
Could you
and to do that as well, because it is a previous motion, it does require 2/3 of the board to rescind. So thus 4 votes.
Okay. Could you read the motion again, please?
100%. And actually, I'm emailing it to Nicole right now. But yeah, I'll go ahead and I'll go ahead and read that again, though, just for everyone. So essentially, the motion is the agenda item, which reads presentation on health information management and criminal justice programs. Then this is the amendment. Oh, I apologize, board members. We pulled off a cord here. Can you still hear us and see us? Okay, good. Well, you can't see us, but yeah. But anyway, we'll fix that. So the last part is and consideration of revising or rescinding the previous adopted mitigation plan.
Point of information,
Yes, of course.
isn't 2/3 of 7-member trustees 5 votes, not 4?
Oh, my apologies. Yeah, it is 5 votes in order to. My apologies. Yeah, it is 5 votes in order for it to pass. All right. Any further discussion? Go ahead, Kevin, and then Steve. Kevin?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I am concerned about the idea of rescinding the mitigation plan because of the financial effects that could have on the college in terms of delaying any sort of financial action. I would be interested to hear from the president her advice and guidance to the board regarding if the board were to modify or rescind the mitigation plan, what kind of financial and perhaps legal and perhaps budgetary scheduling issues might we encounter? So just some guidance for the board, if possible. Thank you.
I can certainly do that at this time. Thank you for the question. So the board approved the mitigation plan with $4.2 million in that plan. I clarified that in a memo to the board that the board might be familiar with. And so if the board changes that plan in any way and does so this evening, then the budget is still the same. The ending fund balance next year does not change just because the board makes a change and does not approve the $4.2 million. And so the board will see even this evening. In fact, I can ask Kara to come up and let us know again what that ending fund balance might look like next year. In fact, I'd like to do that if it is okay with the board, because the board really does need to know what the financial impact is if the board does not continue to approve the plan as it was written. And we appreciate that the board did that, but the board is apparently wanting to change course. And if the board changes course, then that is going to affect the ending fund balance. And it's not going to be pretty, because when the ending fund balance falls below the 10%, we are in a financially risky, very risky position.
All right, we have Steve and then Zach.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get clear the difference between sort of the path we're on and the path that the proposed amendment to the agenda would put us on. So that's the nature of my questioning here. I believe, right, we passed a motion whatever it was on the 31st of March that roughly, I don't remember the precise amount, approved a budget reduction for FY27, roughly 3.7 million, and then held out these two programs whose total value in budget terms is 500,000 and change. So just so I'm clear, that's the path we're on. Today we're here to discuss what to do about the remaining two programs and the 500,000 and change that they represent. But the balance of it has been passed and approved by the board. Is that correct?
I'd like to clarify, if I could. And I did this in a memo to the board that the board may have seen. What I said is that the board approved the plan. The plan has $4.2 million in it. What the motion said at the last meeting is that the board wanted to have presentations on these two programs, and that's what we're bringing back tonight, and that's why this special meeting is occurring. But the plan that the board approved had the $534,000 in it. And so what I clarified for the board is that still we are moving forward with that $534,000. We must do that. We must. The budget committee also articulated last year that the budget committee did not want to have a budget being brought forward to them with a structural imbalance in it. And if the board changes course this evening, then that budget is going to have a structural imbalance. There's no way around it.
And just so I'm clear, then thank you for the clarification, Stephanie. Like you said, we passed a $4.2 million reduction. There's some question as to whether these two programs would be included or need to be replaced with something else. But that's what we have already voted on and is in place. Austin, I'm just not clear. Can you explain the impact of your proposed change?
So the mitigation document is a budgetary document. Solutions to replacing the mitigation plan would either need to be a policy or a budgetary action. That's something that we can explore. We have the ability to explore that as a board, and I think we have a responsibility both for not only the various programs that we are going to be looking to cut with this mitigation program and their impacts on students, impacts on our community, impacts in a variety of different areas. I think it's our responsibility to at least have a discussion or to consider those options if we choose to rescind the mitigation plan. Again, this is to give the board as many choices and options as they deem fit. And that's what I'm trying to empower the board to be able to do. Zach, go ahead.
Seems like we're sort of starting to get into the weeds. That should probably come later during the actual conversation. I think if we want to edit the plan at some point tonight, that's, there's already a motion on the table that we can amend to, fit that in. So I don't necessarily think we need this change.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm fine with the motion either way.
Okay. Gotcha. And with that, we can move to a vote. All those in favor of amending the agenda signify by saying aye.
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 Can we
Those
do a
opposed?
roll?
A roll call vote.
Kevin Alltucker,
Nay.
Austin Fullnagy,
Aye.
Jesse Maldonado,
No.
Steve Mattal,
Nay.
Zach Mulholland,
Yes.
Jerry Rust,
Yes.
and Julie Weisman.
No.
All right. The amendment did not pass. Do I have a motion to pass the adopted agenda?
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Any
No.
abstentions? Oh, what's that?
No.
No on the on the agenda. Okay, thank you. Any abstentions? Seeing none. We'll move on to equity lens. Again, this is something I just want to make sure that we continue to have as part of our decision-making process. It's really critical that we understand the equity lens, the questions that we're asking ourselves as we continue to make decisions around policy, programs, and practices. So question number 2, does this policy, program, practice, or decision ignore or worsen existing disparities or produce other unintended consequences? We'll now move on to public comment. We have 24 speakers, so we will be reduced to 2 minutes each, and with the public comments. And I want to just state that obviously this is around topics that there's going to be a lot of strong feelings about, and we have seen. And this obviously impacts individuals. I want to really acknowledge that, and that's something that we are considering in our conversations and in this discussion. There is no reason for personal attacks. I mentioned last time, and my debate coach said, "Hey, if you have to attack someone, your points are not necessarily that valid. So focus on issues rather than people. Focus on, and also if you hear repetitiveness in what's being said, maybe consider changing your comments to allow for as many points to come across as possible. You are obviously wanting to passionately advocate, but that does not necessarily mean that you are allowed to have personal attacks, profanity, interruptions, or prevent productive dialogue. This is very important as a part of the democratic process. We will not be responding directly to any issues raised during public comment, but we'll refer those issues to the president at appropriate action. I know also that we might want to applause when someone is speaking, but please use ASL applause to show your support as opposed to applause, because it does take up time and causes disruption. We do start with students first, and then we move on to the rest of the public. Who is our first speaker?
First, we have Allison Morris. Following is Richard Riordan.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Members of the board, I'm here to express concerns regarding the proposed suspension of the HIM program. While I understand that institutions must make difficult decisions in response to enrollment budget and strategic priorities, this particular action carries risks that extend beyond internal operations. Suspending the HIM program may place the institution in a vulnerable position with respect to compliance and oversight. Under Oregon's Higher Education Coordination Commission, HECC, requirements program change, especially suspension in regulated or workforce aligned fields, can trigger review, reporting obligations, and in some cases financial penalties if not managed in accordance with state expectations. Additionally, there are implications tied to the regional accreditation standards as well. The Northwest Commission on colleges and universities evaluates institutions not only on academic quality, but also on program continuity, student protection, and transparency. A sudden or poorly structured suspension could raise concerns about whether the institution is meeting its obligations to currently enrolled students, maintaining sufficient academic offerings, and upholding standards of institutional integrity. These are not theoretical risks. They can affect accreditation standards if not carefully addressed. Equally important is the impact on students and the workforce pipeline. HIM programs support critical healthcare infrastructure, and suspending the program disrupts pathways for students who have committed time, finances, and career aspirations to this field. Teach-out plans, transfer agreements, and clear communications are essential and required, but even with those in place, the disruption can be significant. I urge the board to proceed with caution. Before finalizing any decision, ensure that all regulatory requirements are fully reviewed, that accreditation implications are clearly understood, and that comprehensive mitigation strategies are in place. This includes documented compliance with the HECC processes, alignment with NWCCU standards, and robust protections for students. Decisions of this magnitude should not only be addressed, address immediate institutional needs, but also safeguard long-term credibility, compliance, and student trust.
Thank you.
Next, we have Richard Reardon. Following is Esperanza Gonzalez.
Welcome. Hey, good afternoon, board members and President Bulger. There's only a lot I can cover in 2 minutes, and many other students will probably tell you what these cuts mean for them personally. But there's an obvious gap between the repeated claims that we care about the students and we understand how difficult this is when it comes from administration. The VP of Academic Affairs had the HIM application portal closed before this board even voted on whether to close the program, and students were not even notified. They had to find out the hard way, completely out of left field through rumor. That kind of silence tells you everything you need to know about how much administration actually cares about the students when it becomes a little inconvenient. And let's not pretend the transition from Lane's HIM program to Klamath's will be seamless or similar in any sense. Anybody who's actually looked at both programs and still says this is not telling the truth, and they're hoping you're not going to check. You'll also notice that the people selling this are never really eager to delve into the logistical burdens involved with the students. And that's what makes the phrase, "we understand how difficult this is," so revealing, doesn't it? Because if you understand the consequences for the students and push these cuts anyways, then this is not some innocent mistake we're talking about here. It's a choice. You are choosing to harm the students, full stop. So when administration takes you on its guided tour through Spin Alley today with their little PowerPoints, please don't mistake confidence for competence. And if some of you insist, and indeed, some may insist, then just remember this. On election day, we will remember those who decided people's futures were expendable because they fell for the laziest spin imaginable.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next, we have Esperanza Gonzalez, and following is Ethan Guillen.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Esperanza. I have been a part-time student at Lane Community College since the fall of 2023. I am writing to share the impact and importance of the Health Information Management Program on my education and future. Attending a community college has been a meaningful opportunity. As a first-generation college student coming from a family where earning a high school diploma was not always possible, working towards my associate's degree and professional certifications is something I take seriously. While I have remained committed to my coursework, my path has not been without challenges. During my time in school, I have moved 3 times, including once to leave a domestic abuse situation. Despite these circumstances, I have consistently completed and submitted my work on time. Last summer, I learned that I would not be receiving the same funding support from Oregon as in previous years. This created uncertainty and required me to find alternative ways to continue my education. As I look ahead, I am concerned about what the future of the HIM program will mean for students like me. Many students face similar barriers. Relocating to Klamath Falls for an internship is not a realistic option given financial and personal constraints. At this time, any reduction or loss of the HIM program would have a significant impact on students who rely on its accessibility and resources. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ethan Guillen. Following is Frankie Rain.
Hello, board. President Bulger. So my name's Ethan Guillen. I've been a student in the dance theater and music program since 2019. So it's now clear what the plan is for the dance program. It's essentially being taken down to almost nothing. There's going to be no more technique classes, no more student choreographed show, no more collaborations, which is a major show that the program does every year. No more Lane Dance Company. Last Friday was the start of National Dance Week, and we announced this at the pavilion downtown to an audience of about 200 people, asking for their support in coming to LCC to express their support. And spontaneously, about 200 people started booing. Their dissatisfaction is real. We have a petition that's been read to you before. Now it has about 500 signatures, and we'll email that to you so you can read it again. You've heard in past meetings how much this program is meant to students, particularly their mental health. You've heard about a student who had crippling anxiety attacks, a student who had PTSD they thought they would not move on from, and another who had depression, all of whom have had massive transformations to their mental health after they came to dance at LCC because it is such a special program. I am here to tell you today that I have dealt with suicidal ideation since I was a child, and it was about a year into studying dance at LCC that I realized I had not had thoughts of self-harm. This has been a life-changing program. It is a special place that is unique in the community, and we are not the only ones. Student after student who we speak to has had these sorts of transformations, and doing away with this program is not just doing away with dance, who cares? It is fundamental to beauty, to humanity in a very difficult time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Frankie Rain, and following is Tasha Simpler.
Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Frankie Rain, and I'm here to talk about the dance program and its elimination. I am one of the lucky people that got to join this program while it's still existing, and I would love to pursue a life and a career in dance. And this program gives me the opportunity to do so. And when I came to this college, I was under the impression that it was still thriving, that I could still participate in different forms of dance like hip hop and contemporary and modern and all these other forms that I was so ready to learn and so eager to learn. And then to come here and find out that there's only 2 to 3 classes that I could have taken, and then to be here for only one more term and then find out that there's only one form of dance that I could take to further my career and my passions. That is not a true program, and I know you guys are thinking of getting rid of it, and its future is very uneasy right now. I'm here to tell you that there are so many students that are so ready to keep pursuing this program, to keep showing up. And every day when I show up to my classes, the classes are full and people are excited to be there. They're away from their phones, they're talking to each other, and they love each other. That is not an experience you get to have all the time when you're just going into a day-to-day classroom. It is a unique experience, and I'm lucky to have it. And I hope to keep having it every year that I'm here. But I will not be here without this program. That said, I am also one of the people that has helped get signatures, and I'm so happy to have the conversations with strangers about their healing experience from this program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Tasha Simpler. Following is Sawyer Armstrong.
Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, I've been dancing for about 17 years. When I was supposed to be able to get my point shoes, I had a really bad ballet teacher who did not let me get it, and then I completely stopped dancing in a hole, even though it was my passion for 17 years. Then I joined it again in this year or last year of this school year, and I just fell in love with the class again in ballet, and I refound my passion for it. And if it wasn't for Miss Florabelle or the dance class in the whole, I wouldn't be probably as happy as I am now and as productive. And I just drove back in from Portland before my ballet class, which we ended early to get here, to get my point shoes. And I finally got them, and I am 20 years old. So I would love to keep on dancing and to further my expertise in ballet with my point shoes, but I won't be able to do that if this program is cut. As well as the stigma that surrounds joining ballet and different types of dances and going to an actual place academy is very, very expensive. And it's a lot easier for people to join, and of course from like all ages, no stigma, no judgment needed for these dance programs without costing an arm and a leg. So I won't be able to possibly further my education in ballet here if the program is cut. The dance program has changed my life and many other students, and I really hope you prove that you do acknowledge us, and I realize the negative effects that it will have on me and other students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Sawyer Armstrong. Following is Caroline Sutterth.
Welcome.
Thanks. I just wanted to add my voice in support to continuing the funding for the dance program. Unlike other people, I'm not considering a career in dance, not considering becoming a professional dancer, and I still think it's important. This is the first, I'm in Ballet 1, it's the first in-person class I've taken at LCC that's not for the nursing program. And I took it as a way to help with my anxiety, both in waiting for the answer to if I'll be accepted into the RN program, and also just to help with my general anxiety. And it is a space for students to not be perfect at something, to have really quality instruction. And like other people have mentioned, it's affordable. It's the most affordable dance program per course in Eugene. And without this program, there would be a hole in this community. So thanks.
Thank you.
Next, we have Caroline Sutterth, and following is our online student Amanda Wolberg.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm not a public speaker, so forgive my nervousness as I read my notes off of my territorial seat receipts. The dance program here offers things that you don't really find in other programs. For instance, the combination of art and physicality. I can't think of another program that offers that unless we have like coordinated swimming here. In addition, the dance program offers something that's not really available to a lot of women growing up, which is teamwork and community and communication with each other. I know other people will promote other myriad benefits of the dance program, but I just want to say that when we're in class, we're supporting each other, we're communicating with each other, and nobody is on their phone. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have two student speakers online. First up, we have Amanda Wolberg, and following is Elizabeth Rojas.
Excellent. Amanda will be giving you the option to unmute. Okay. Amanda, you've been given the opportunity to promote to panelist. If you can click on that, that'll allow you to then be able to speak. All right. Let's go. We'll come back to you, Amanda. Next speaker online.
Our next
Declined. Okay.
Our next online student speaker is Elizabeth Rojas.
Elizabeth, we're giving you an option to come on as a panelist so that you'll be able to speak.
Hello?
Yep, we see you and hear you. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Rojas, and I am a student here at LCC. While I am not enrolled in the Health Information Management or Criminal Justice programs, I am here because these budget cuts signal a deep departure from the values this institution claims to uphold. LCC's vision, mission, and values explicitly commits to growing learning opportunities and fostering a caring community. Cutting vital programs in health and public safety does the exact opposite. Furthermore, scheduling a work session to discuss this issue during finals week, when students are overextended and under the most pressure, directly contradicts your stated value of collaboration and partnership and meaningful participation in governments. Most concerning is the lapse in integrity. Closing the application portal for the HIM program before this board even held a vote is not honesty or openness. It is a breach of public trust. These aren't just line items on a spreadsheet. These are professions that save lives. By removing the low barrier entry LCC provides, you are ensuring fewer health and safety professionals in the Eugene-Springfield area. This impacts everyone. It means longer wait times for doctor's appointments, chemotherapy, surgeries, and other treatments. It means fewer police officers and more bureaucracy, where there should be care and humanity. These cuts are cold-hearted and short-sighted. If these programs are no longer safe, I am deeply concerned about the future of every other program on this campus and the state of LCC as a whole. I urge the board to realign your actions with the values you've published on your own website. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And it looks like Amanda Woolberg has joined us again. So we'll
Great.
return to Amanda, and following will be Paul Jarrell
Excellent.
online.
Amanda, you'll be given an option to join as a panelist and be able to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I'm here for the criminal justice program, and I mean, like, I don't think I need to really explain why it's important to have people that actually understand the law and understand and are actually passionate enough to like go to school to study these things, working in these positions. I think that's kind of been explained before, but another thing is, and I'll just tell the truth about it, okay? Like, I don't run a college. I'm not versed in like, you know, what everything is and stuff like that. But if it's like money you guys are concerned about, I think with all the information that's come out recently about like the disappearances of college students in the area, like it's probably a good idea to like keep your programs because there's probably not a lot of people from out of state that are going to want to come to college in this area, to be honest. And honestly, that's not all I have to say.
Thank you, Amanda.
Our next speakers, we will go back and forth between online and in person. Our next online speaker is Paul Jarrell, and our next in-person speaker is Wendy Simmons.
While we're bringing Paul online, the overflow room, can you hear me okay? If you can wave just to make sure you can hear me okay. Perfect. Thank you. If a speaker that's been called is in that room, just start waving your hand and I'll be able to see you. Okay. We have Paul coming online.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Go ahead.
Great. Good afternoon, President Bulger, Chair Flanagy, members of the board, friends, and former colleagues. My name is Dr. Paul Jarrell. I served as Lane's Vice President of Academic and Student Affairs from 2018 to 2022, including during the 2022 program elimination recommendations that were presented to the board. Although I no longer work at Lane, I continue to care deeply about this college, its students, its employees, and its long-term success. While I'm not prepared to comment on specific programs, I do want to offer a governance perspective as the board considers its role in program elimination decisions. These are serious decisions that affect students, employees, programs, and the community. They deserve transparency, sound analysis, and accountability. The board should ask hard questions and should expect clear answers. It is important to be precise about where authority resides, however. There is nothing in Lane's board policies or COPS procedures that gives the board the explicit authority to approve or deny program eliminations. That distinction is consistent with broader community college governance and the Northwest Commission of Colleges and Universities accreditation standards. Boards govern through policy and oversight. Presidents manage operation. Lane's own governance documents state that the board establishes policy and delegates to the president the responsibility and authority to operate the college and carry out administrative action. There is also specific language in the LCCEA collective bargaining agreement that reinforces this distinction. Article 4, College Functions, Section 4.1, Retention of College Rights, states that the college retains the rights and responsibilities to operate and manage the college and its programs. Article 4.2.8 explicitly includes the creation, combination, modification, or elimination of any teaching position, and Article 4.210 includes approval and authorization of subjects to be taught. I fully respect the right of LCCA employees and students and community to advocate, but advocacy should not be mistaken for an existing governance requirement. To be clear, program elimination is a significant operational decision. The board governs the institution, the president manages it. I hope that the board will respect and recognize the authority it has given to the president. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all today.
Thank you, Paul.
Our next in-person speaker is Wendy Simmons, and following will be an online speaker, Christina Grijalva.
Welcome.
Thanks. Good afternoon. I'm reading this statement on behalf of Vicki Zumwalt, who couldn't be here today. She writes, having worked for Kaiser Permanente for 26 years, beginning in the health information management field and ending in national compliance specific to medical coding, I wanted to send you my professional opinion about the vote to suspend the HEM program at Lane Community College. By executing on this vote, you are affecting the future careers of your students and the pool of professional applicants health service employers are able to select from. I have a master's in health services administration, and during my career, I held positions as director in the medical records areas covering many facilities in California. I consulted and have been involved in teaching, training, and overseeing interns and employees in the area of medical records and medical coding. This experience gives me a perspective you may not be familiar with. Lane's program suspension will have a severe impact on students already enrolled in these programs, future employment of these students, and future students who would like careers as registered health information technology RHIT managers. What are students to do when they are enrolled in a program and then told their program is being discontinued? I would not expect a respected college like Lane to react by voting to suspend this program. Not only are the students at risk, but Lane's reputation is as well. The HEM program at Lane has been successful in providing internship partnerships with local health organizations and professionals, preparing your students for positions in this field. This program has been an excellent example to employers of the quality students that come from Lane and has allowed students to obtain positions based on their work in these medical facilities. Lane has built a professional reputation and many bridges in the community by graduating new HEM accredited professionals. I hope you fully understand the importance of this role in terms of financial responsibility in claims auditing and patient advocacy. I'm sure you are aware of the several $million-dollar settlements Medicare recovered from major HMOs recently accomplished through professional HRIT personnel. I respectfully urge the Board of Education to vote to rescind the suspension of the HEM program and to direct the administration to work collaboratively with students and medical professionals. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next online speaker is Christina Grijalva. Following is in-person speaker Jay Frazier.
Christina, you'll be given the option to, is she joining? Okay, perfect. Hello, Christina, can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can.
Excellent, go right ahead.
Members of the board, my name is Christina Grijalva, registered information administrator and instructional designer, and one of the 2 full-time faculty in the HIM program. I respectfully urge you to vote no on the suspension of the HIM program. The college's own data shows the HIM program is growing, financially viable, and generating revenue while serving over 100 students annually. Simply put, this is not a program in decline. The workforce need cannot be overlooked. The HIM profession remains in high demand. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, HIM jobs are projected to grow 15% nationally with a strong demand in Oregon. These are careers that provide livable wages. In Oregon, annual salaries range from $60,000 to $130,000. The HIM program is directly tied to workforce development and economic mobility for our students. HIM is a STEM discipline focusing on the technical and analytical skills of science, technology, engineering, and math. The HIM program is a transfer-oriented degree with a CTE designation. This program prepares students for careers and advanced education in HIM. April 20th marks the Health Information Professionals Week, a time to celebrate our upcoming graduates and the meaningful contributions they will make to the healthcare industry as future HIM professionals. In that context, it is a striking contradiction that the board is simultaneously considering eliminating the very program that makes these futures possible. Consider the long-term impact of this decision on students and the healthcare community. The HIM program is not only relevant, it is essential. Please vote no on suspending the HIM program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next in-person speaker is Jay Frazier, and following is our online speaker, Melissa McNasser.
So, welcome.
Thank you. Members of the board, President Bolger, I'm Jay Frazier. I am reading a statement in support of the HIM program written by a colleague who couldn't be here. So the administration's failure to engage students prior to deciding to suspend the HIM program reflects a lack of transparency and insufficient support for students pursuing their educational and professional goals. Curriculum mapping from our HIM program to the next has not been done. From preliminary review, differences in curriculum and course sequence place students at risk of delayed graduation, excess credits, or falling below financial aid requirements. Given that a large percentage of our HIM students rely on financial aid, suspending this program puts them at risk of losing lane-specific scholarships, emergency funding, and work-study opportunities, as work-study occurs on campus, not remotely, and many will be required to reapply for financial aid, creating delays in their education. In addition to financial barriers, there are significant access challenges. Redirecting students to a college over 3 hours away is not a neutral solution. Even in an online format, students lose access to on-campus support services, including in-person advising and counseling, food pantries, and campus employment opportunities. For these reasons, I strongly encourage the board to consider the long-term impact of this decision on students, employers, and the broader healthcare system. Respectfully, I ask you to vote no on suspending the HIM program. In addition, since I have 14 more minutes, we did, or minutes, seconds, 10 seconds, we got a contract, which was great. We didn't go on strike. I hope that your decisions that you're making to suspend programs is not in some way retaliatory. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next online speaker is Melissa McNasser, and following is our in-person speaker, Marge Heltzer.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the board, President Bolger. My name is Dr. Melissa Artstein McNasser, and I teach anthropology here at Lane. Terminating the criminal justice program will not save this college. It will shrink it. This is a transfer degree that attracts students, keeps them enrolled, and fills classrooms across campus. When students can study what they care about, they stay. When they can't, they leave. As a first-generation college student, I didn't shop for colleges. I chose a path. If a college didn't offer the program I wanted, I didn't attend. Today's students are the same. We are surrounded by other colleges within a short drive here in Eugene. Today, if we eliminate this program, students will not pivot their studies at Lane. They will go elsewhere. We are not redistributing enrollment. We are losing it. This is a financial decision with real consequences. Programs like criminal justice generate FTE beyond their own courses. They sustain general education. They support departments across campus, and they keep students here. Cutting them may look like savings on paper in the short term, but it risks long-term loss in enrollment and revenue. I'll end with this. If we remove the programs students come here for, why would they come here at all? I urge you, explore alternatives. Take your time doing so, but do not close programs that are clearly working for our college, for our students, and for our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next, our in-person speaker is Marge Heltzer. And online, our next speaker, we had a couple of students sign up. So our next speaker will be Kelly Mahome.
Excellent. Welcome.
Good afternoon. I'm reading this statement on behalf of my faculty colleague, Esther O'Farrell. Last week, the administration sent an email to all criminal justice students in which they stated the college plans to offer an AAOT with a focus in criminal justice, but not until after June of 2027. The administration wrote in that same email that they plan to suspend the criminal justice program to ensure a smooth experience for students. How does abandoning students who can't finish their degree in a year help smooth anything? How does suspending a program ensure its future success? In their presentation, will the administration tonight mention that the CJ program coordinator has been actively attempting to create a more suitable transfer degree for the last 10 years? Will they inform the board that they have continually rejected his proposals? The board should not hold the administration to its promise. Postpone the suspension of the AAS degree until the AAOT is in place. Minimize the disruption to current students and ensure the success of the program for future students. Include the CJ faculty in this process. Create the smooth transition the administration has promised by transitioning, not shuttering, the CJ program. Continue the benefits the program provides the community in the form of educated criminal justice practitioners and address the institution's budgetary problems by retaining an immensely profitable program.
Thank you. Our next online speaker.
Our next online speaker is a student, Kelly Mahome, and following is another student online, Alana Bianco.
Excellent. Kelly, you'll be given an option to participate as a panelist. Click on that.
Hello.
Hello, welcome. Go ahead when you're ready.
Hi, my name is Kelly Mahome. I currently attend the HIM program at LCC. This predicament that has came up upon all of us, I really do feel like this is not the right way to go about it. Like you said, I feel like there was not a lot of transparency just finding this out in my spring term. I graduate next year. Along on top with being a single mother of two, recently leaving 2 domestic violence situations, being able to access counseling, Rick, and our new teacher, I can't think of her name, I'm sorry, a little nervous, but it's just a lot going on, you know. I don't mean to put my personal things out there, but my mother recently just passed, and they have been working with me so delicately with helping me and just giving me guidance. You know, this is just more than a program and a career. I'm really building, you know, personal and business like professional relationships with my teachers, with all the programs that are on there. All the programs that are at LCC, trying to go to Klamath Falls. There's no way I can make that. You know what I mean? I have 2 little girls that are in elementary. There's no way I can make that there and back without them missing school, without me changing around, you know, my doctor's appointments, and I'm just saying for me, but for others too as well. You know, where's the personal connection I'm going to miss out on? There's no way I can go to, like I said, this school that's 3 hours away. You know what I mean? That's gas costs. That's everything adding up, especially with the economic going high and everything like that. The affordability with my financial aid, being under time. I'm a full-time mom, a full-time student. So for me, then I have to step out to get a job. There's just so many things that align with this. So this taken away from us is really just devastating at this point, you know? And I really pray that you guys all can reconsider, you know, no offense to anybody's religious or preference beliefs, but please reconsider this morally, and as well as financially for all of us. Thank you and have a great day.
Thank you.
Our next online student speaker is Alana Bianco, and we will go back to in-person and we'll alternate. And then our next in-person speaker will be Kevin O'Farrell.
Excellent. But yeah, we can move on to Kai Fireside since we're already into public. So.
Great. If we can go to Kai Fireside, and then following will be in person Kevin O'Farrell.
Declined. Okay.
In person, we have Kevin O'Farrell. Following is online Paula Tony.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, board members, President Bolger. It sounds like we are worried about money. Sounds like that the reason that we're here today is specifically to try to balance the need to find $500,000 with the need to keep important programs. And I'm sure that the board and the administration don't really want to cut anything that doesn't need to be cut. So I have some good news. The good news is the criminal justice program currently with perhaps the lowest enrollments it's ever had in its history, although they are trending upward, recovering from the pandemic. It currently, because of my stewardship, brings in a conservative estimate of $100,000 a year. Now we can subtract that $100,000 a year from the 500. Now we're only looking at finding 400. But I have some more good news. The other good news is that's a very conservative estimate. It doesn't count all of the other revenue we bring in through other programs. It doesn't, there's not even predicting the continual uptick in enrollments that I know we're going to get. And the program could even become more efficient if necessary. Now, I asked, it's been represented that that my figures are wrong and that we just misunderstand. So I have some other good news. In a previous life, I spent 10 years as a financial crimes investigator. I have a lot of experience doing forensic accounting. So I'm smart enough to look at those numbers and help the administration work out where this misinterpretation is coming from, and we can fix this problem together.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next online speaker is Paula Tony, and following is in-person speaker Jim Salt.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here tonight. This rushed budget mitigation plan appears to have been implemented without input from the program coordinators who know these programs best. You are voting tonight not only on program cuts, you are sending a message about how decisions are made at LCC. Where is the transparency and listening, the data-driven rationale? Why are we in such a rush? Why is there no time for conversations and listening? We haven't even had enough time to agree on the financial impacts. I'm not convinced these cuts will save money. They may reduce revenue and enrollment. The Budget Development Subcommittee did not have enough time to review the mitigation plan. Hard decisions should be made gently, carefully, with ample time for deliberation, input, and full knowledge of the scope of the impacts. We can argue about policies and rules and whether the board has the authority to vote on this. But no matter what, rushing decisions and limiting input will hurt our college. Is this a respectful, collaborative process? Is this the culture we want for LCC? How we treat people matters. We are the community's college. These decisions are impacting community members and their lives. There is a long memory for decisions like these, especially when the process feels so disrespectful. As I read Rick, Christina, and Kevin's eloquent letters sent to you earlier, what stays with me is the sense that students and faculty have been treated disrespectfully. That hurts. I'm asking leadership to pause these cuts, go back to the beginning, and fundamentally change how decisions are made.
Thank you.
Our next in-person speaker is Jim Salt. Following is online speaker Kai Fireside.
Welcome.
Thank you. I've documented that the administration's explanation of key elements of the projected deficit are unfounded. Similarly specious is to claim that these program cuts would save money since they ignore the fact that these programs make more money than they cost, as others have noted.
I understand the administration may have begun recognizing this, and I'm confident that any accurate analysis would have all of us recognizing that these cuts will not help our budget. The real decision being made today is simply whether these programs will be removed from our community and its students and faculty. So I ask, how is this how we should be making such program decisions? No involvement of the coordinators, no role for the formal program planning that we require all programs to engage in, no real discussion and really even something, any discussion of the merits of the programs at all, just false, sky is falling claims that if you don't do this, the college budget will suffer. Please reject this proposal. Please direct the administration to respect our program planning processes, respect and start working with the faculty rather than against us, and respect the role of the board in these decisions. To Paul Jarrell's false claim, I sat through several similar program reduction meetings like this one today, as did others here in this room, where the board in the end voted to keep or close programs. The idea that this is not the board's decision is simply a pipe dream on the part of the administration to take away the authority of the board to make these important decisions, like determining your own agenda, as we've seen previously. Please stand up for rationality and democracy. It shouldn't be hard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our final online speaker of the night is Kai Fireside, and our next in-person speaker will be Rick Reardon.
Kai, you'll be given. Oh, can you hear me, Kai?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kai Fireside, and my concern here relates to the job market and longer-term impacts to students. The job market right now is the worst I have ever seen. I graduated high school in 2008, which was a terrible market in all aspects, but today's job market makes 2008 look like a privileged and hopeful time. I cannot emphasize enough how strained the current job market is. I went into our local employment office recently after layoffs at my own job, and I was asked if I had family here or if I owned property, followed by, hopefully not, because there are no jobs here and you should leave the state. If you go on Indeed right now and look for local jobs, they are overwhelmingly healthcare jobs. The healthcare industry is the employer of so many who have non-remote jobs in this area. It's also an area where this area is so difficult to find work that I cannot believe that it's a good idea to cut programs that would open job opportunities into the healthcare industry for students. Further, it has been stated that this program brings net positive revenue. I hope the board is really digging into this particular aspect of the issue, because if true, your budget does not become more comfortable in cutting this program. I keep seeing this pattern on councils and boards and commissions, this habitual rubber stamping without diving into the details of an issue. So please, board, ask difficult questions, push back when people suggest cuts to educational staff or to whole programs. Please seek other options. Please demand other options. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Rick Reardon. Following is Zara Pastos.
Good evening, members of the board and President Bolger. As you know, I'm Rick Reardon. I am the HIM program coordinator, and I'm here to urge you to rescind the decision to suspend the HIM program. The narrative of this decline of the program and to justify the suspension is contradicted by Lane's own data. Specifically, the data from the LCC's degree evaluation team shows 22 associate degrees, 46 certificates since 2022. In 2025 alone, we have count 'em 6 AAS graduates, not the 3 that were cited just from June of 2025. And we have 4 more in the pipeline. It should be 5 for 2026, and we'll get to that shortly. The HIM program has had a net positive revenue of $168,000 per the banner reports that have just been passed out to you. Suspending the HIM program will not save any money. In fact, it will cost money. It will not save FTEs because the faculty will simply teach health profession courses, but it will eliminate federal work study positions and LCC Foundation scholarships for our most vulnerable students. If there's any doubt about the HIM program, I would refer you to Vice President of Academic Affairs, Shelley Tinkham's portfolio review process. Our growth slope is plus 14.3%, 3 times the college's goal. Our student success rate is 89.1%. That's 30 points above the LCC baseline. In the portfolio review data, our capacity has increased by 31.3%. That's the increase. And it's currently at 54.1% per the portfolio review data. However, this success is being dismantled by a flawed process. Since March 18th, we've seen 42 dropped HIM classes. At least one student was on track to graduate this spring, stopped attending during finals week, dropped out of school, and has not come back. She would have been our 5th graduate. These drops are not a lack of interest. They're a direct result of a disorganized, harmful suspension process that prioritizes administrative convenience over student well-being.
Go ahead and finish your thought. You're at time.
You're not cutting a failing program. You're cutting a successful one. I urge you to vote no on the suspension of the HIM program. Thank you.
Next, we have Zara Pastos. Following is Florabelle Moses.
Good afternoon. I'm speaking on behalf of Crystal Clack, who cannot be here. I began my career in a 2-year health information technology program, exactly the kind of program you're being asked to suspend. I've held HIM leadership roles at Peace Health and Mackenzie Willamette, presented at conferences across the United States, and worked for both Microsoft and Huron Consulting Group, a nationally recognized healthcare consulting firm. I share this not to impress, but to make one thing clear. Programs like this one change lives, and I'm proof of that. I'm ready to urge you to vote no on the suspension of the HIM program, and I ask that you consider the following before casting your vote. 68% of HIM students are Pell eligible, far above LCC's institutional average of 43%. Suspension puts them at risk of losing Lane Foundation scholarships, emergency funds, tuition waivers, and work study positions. At least 7 courses have, the MOU between LCC and Clackamas Community College offers no financial aid protections, stating explicitly that neither party is obligated to provide aid beyond its standard policies. At least 7 courses have no KCC equivalent or are offered in different terms, risking students falling below the half-time enrollment threshold required to maintain eligibility. Since this decision was announced, at least 6 students have contacted me directly about their financial aid concerns. This program is not a financial burden, it's a revenue generator. Based on LCC's own banner and financial data routinely distributed to health professions, the HIM program brings in $580,000 in annual revenue against $411,200 in expenses for a net of $168,800. It costs LCC $168,800 plus additional lost tuition from prerequisite courses that will no longer be taken here. This process bypassed transparency, financial aid coordination, and basic student-centered practice, cutting a revenue-based, revenue-positive program through a rushed, undisclosed process has caused demonstrable student harm and will create further harm to their future and our community. Please vote no.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Florabelle Moses. Following is Tammy Hill.
Welcome.
I'm Floribel Moses, and I've been teaching here at Lane Community College for 25 years. And I teach in the dance program, and I've been teaching ballet here and in the community. So at Eugene Ballet, University of Oregon, and several other places. So I'll read because I'm not a public speaker, and my students are some of my students are out there. Lane Community College mission commits to an accessible, high quality education that supports student success, creativity, and community connection. The cancellation of dance movement classes, including ballet and contemporary, directly conflicts with that commitment. For many of our students, these classes are not electives in the casual sense. They are essential spaces for expression, discipline, cultural engagement, and mental and physical well-being. Dance provides an entry point into higher education for some and a critical outlet for others who may not thrive in traditional academic setting. Eliminating these courses removes an important pathway for students' success and undermines the college's role in serving the whole student and the broader community. Our students are not just losing a class, they are losing mentorship, creative voice, and a sense of belonging. I urge the college to reconsider the decision or to engage students and the union in the transparent dialogue about sustainable solution. If we are truly committed to our mission, we cannot afford to narrow the definition of what meaningful education looks like. And this term and last term, my dance classes have been full. So I had to let in students after week 1 because they were full. So
Thank you.
thanks so much.
Appreciate you.
Our next speaker is Tammy Hill. Following is our final speaker of the night, Eric Kim.
Welcome.
Good evening. I'm Tammy Hill, classified employee president. First, I want to say at the beginning of the meeting, one of the board members had said that there were tough decisions, and these decisions affected the faculty and the students and the community. And I want to remind you all that these decisions also affect the classified members. So we're often forgotten, as we all know, and then when eliminations come up, then classified are brought back into the picture. So that's my piece on that. I want to just clear something up. Last March 31st, I reported about the elimination of the employee wellness program, and it's a partial retrenchment. So it's in the classified contract. So at some point, some of it has to stay. And then I wanted to say that I appreciate those of you that tried to bring back the mitigation plan to look at it again. And I understand the frustrations of the people who have brought out the numbers and the money. I met with the college last Friday with 3 of the employees, classified employees that work at P&G. And it was discovered that $100,000 was left off the net income. So now that we're at a $61,000 debt, it's important. And I think that's why more studies need to be taken. I understand it's just a mistake and I get that, but just that mistake really may have saved that college. The other thing is these are for you guys, but I didn't want to give them to you until I'm done talking. The other thing is I don't know if I'm the only one confused, but to reopen it, to close it, to talk about it again, to vote on it again. I'm assuming this meeting is simply for the 2 programs. You don't have to answer me, correct? But I wanted to remind you of the importance of the printing and graphics when this stuff happens. I think it was completely inappropriate how it happened. I think that it was.
That's your thought? Yeah.
It was.
Yeah. Thank you.
I felt blindsided and not a chance to speak my piece. And so,
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And our final speaker of the night is Eric Kim.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hi.
Imagine that you've just taken a tough qualifying examination. It is the end of the fall quarter. You feel tired and run down. You now have an opportunity to buy a very attractive 5-day Christmas vacation package in Hawaii at an exceptionally low price. The offer expires tomorrow. Would you, 1, buy the vacation package, 2, not buy the vacation package, 3, pay a $5 non-refundable fee in order to retain the rights to buy the vacation package at the same exceptional price the day after tomorrow? This was a 1993 study. If the participants find out the results of the exam after the offer expires, 61% would pay the fee to retain the rights. The interesting part of the study is that if participants were told that they passed the exam, 54% would buy the package. If participants were told they failed the exam, 57% would buy the package. Not knowing the results of the exam made it difficult to justify buying the vacation, and a majority would pay the fee and wait for the exam results. However, knowing they passed or failed, a majority would buy the vacation package. It gives participants a reason to buy the vacation and produced a preference inconsistency. As students and citizens, good decisions under uncertainty is difficult. We need to think about reasons for or against a decision. Deciding and searching for a reason gives the illusion of deliberation and flimsy explanations. For example, a politician votes against climate change. He agrees ocean levels are rising, but not due to climate change, but rocks are falling into the ocean. We need to cultivate good friends who will tell us when we are inconsistent and making bad decisions. This is hard because we want to hear what we already believe. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And that's it for public comment. Excellent. Thank you, everyone, for the productive and dialogue there. I greatly appreciate everyone's time and taking the time to speak to your board. We'll now move on to the action item as approved by the agenda. Looks like we have a presentation to start with. President Balger?
Yes, I'll ask Dr. Tinkham to come up to the seat here. And if we can have the slide deck come up. And while it's doing that, there were some questions in the responses to information requests. I don't actually see that in my eScribe document, but I may be looking at the wrong thing. I'm still orienting myself to eScribe. So, but if that is available, then can that be sent to the board members? And we will make sure that it's part of the record as well. This is a presentation. This is something that Dr. Tinkham will go through and answer any questions you might have. We are very much aware that the board has a time certain at 5 o'clock, that there's another meeting that's coming up. Just want to start with the next slide, please. Thanks. So I mentioned this a little bit earlier, that this is how we got here. The board has approved a plan, a mitigation plan, an overall mitigation plan for 3 years, another mitigation plan for fiscal year 2027. And that is what the board had passed a motion that removed the 2 programs, wanted to actually look at those programs again, and that's what the board is doing this evening. The board approved a plan that has $4.2 million in reductions in it. Next slide. Just want everyone to know that this process that has been undergone here at the college has been a consistent process. Here are the elements involved in the evaluation of those programs. And Dr. Tinkham this evening is going to present some additional information with regard to these 2 programs. Dr. Tinkham.
Thank you, President Balger, and good afternoon, members of the board. I want to begin by recognizing the expertise and contributions of the faculty impacted by these recommendations, and to acknowledge the impact they have on our students. These are difficult but necessary discussions shaped by broader challenges facing the college. They are not reflective of the quality or contributions of the faculty members involved or their programs. I also want to be clear that these recommendations come in response to the board's direction to support the college's long-term sustainability through the budget mitigation plan. In bringing these forward, we have prioritized options that we believe will affect the fewest students, but recognize we will feel impact. I'd appreciate it if you could hold your questions until the end of the presentation. Next slide, please. I'll begin with the Health Information Management Program, or HIM, and walk through the rationale, the financial structure, and the student transition plan. Next slide, please. There are three primary factors for this recommendation: sustained low completions, 3 to 6 annually for the last few years, low FTE enrollment with course capacity below 55%, coupled with high fixed costs, and regional program saturation. There are 4 online HIM programs in Oregon. The proposed solution is a partnership model allowing students to continue their studies, but at a different institution. This allows the college to continue to meet student and community needs. Right here in Lane County, while also addressing the budget mitigation plan through an innovative approach. Next slide, please. I'm sorry. Yes, thank you. The program is not financially sustainable. Direct revenue does not cover expenses. With overhead, the deficit is approximately $89,000 annually. Most costs are personnel, and accreditation requirements limit flexibility. We are required to have 2 full-time faculty regardless of the enrollment in the program. Next slide, please. In response, we have developed a teach-out agreement. Students on track to graduate this spring will graduate from Lane. Other currently enrolled students will transition through an NWCCU-approved teach-out agreement with Klamath Community College. And I do want to reiterate, this teach-out agreement has been approved. For students not yet admitted, they will be able to take the program through an articulated pathway with KCC. This is similar to our physical therapy program with Road Community College. In this way, in the future, Lane Community College will continue to meet students' interests in HIM professions and also our community needs right here in Lane County. Individualized advising support will be provided to all impacted students. Next slide, please. I'll now turn to the Criminal Justice AAS program and walk through the rationale, the financials, and student impact. Next slide. This recommendation is based on 3 key reasons: low FTE enrollment and success rates, evidence of limited student demand for the degree, and the ability to transition interested students in an alternative transfer degree, for which we already have approval for, making the standalone degree less necessary. Next slide, please. The program is near break even on direct costs. However, enrollment and outcome trends suggest an opportunity to align resources more closely with areas of stronger student demand and impact. This recommendation reflects that strategic direction. Next slide. We have developed an internal teach-out plan for this program. The college will offer all required courses for currently enrolled students to complete the program through spring of next year. After this time, we plan to continue to offer limited criminal justice courses within the already approved AAOT. All students will be provided with individualized support to help them through this transition. The next slide, please. You have seen this slide before. This has been presented by the finance team. This slide shows what the risks are if we don't proceed with the budget mitigation plan. In short, we risk not achieving the level of savings we need. It also creates disruption and uncertainty in our day-to-day operations, and it increases the likelihood that we'll need to make quicker and perhaps less thoughtful cuts for next year. The next slide. The next slide is the motion that you've been asked to consider. The Board of Education affirms, including the Health Information Management AAS and the Criminal Justice AAS in the board-approved FY 2027 budget mitigation plan. And the next slide. We can now take questions.
As the board is thinking about questions, I thank you for sending me the responses to information request. Can you pull that up on the
Yeah.
here as well, if that's possible? And we could walk through that, and certainly the board can ask any questions it may have.
Absolutely. And President Bulger, you were mentioning that, it was not in the PDF agenda item, nor is it in the printed agenda item. And I know we're obviously transitioning into a new system, so I know these type of things happen. But yes, you can access the full agenda packet, full agenda presentation documents and so forth through the HTML access point of the packet. The PDF and the PDF agenda does not. So yeah, I believe having the information requests and giving an opportunity for the board to discuss information requests is definitely possible in this time period. Are we able to pull up the information requests? While you're pulling that up, President Olson, you had a question. I wanted to give you an opportunity to ask it.
Yes. My question is, I know that you mentioned in your presentation that faculty were involved with the consideration process and the evaluation process. And I'm curious, in between the time of last meeting and this meeting, has students been contacted or any kind of student input been collected for this?
Students have been directly informed of the suspension of both programs for HIM and the criminal justice program. So they have been informed.
People of the audience, I'm asking we be respectful, please. Thank you. My apologies. Go ahead.
I'm sorry if my question was confusing, but that's not what I asked. I asked, did you collect student input on the cancellation or suspension of these programs?
No, we did not.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Audience members, please. Any questions in regards to the information requests?
I wonder, yes, I know Trustee Mulholland has a question. If you would like, we can actually go through these and summarize the responses. That might be helpful to the board. And so we can certainly do that. We've got the folks in the audience who actually responded, wrote these responses. So just want to offer that to the board.
Go ahead, Zach.
I wasn't able to access these before the meeting, so if we could spend 5 minutes, that would be appreciated.
Understood. Would you mind putting 5 minutes on the clock, just so we can make sure that we cover this? Oh, thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay. Dr. Tinkham, I think this first one looks like perhaps you?
Yes. This is a response that we provided previously. I would just invite you to go ahead and read through that. If you want to, did you want to read through it or you want me to speak through it?
I'd just like for you to summarize, if you could. Number one, number two, number three, they look like academic affairs.
Okay. So as we've talked about previously, the board has been advised by various consultants not to engage in operational matters and allow this work to be done by the president and how she and her administration. You understand that there was a board retreat in July. Also, NWCCU President Selena Grace presented to the board on November 5th. Also, there was board governance was a subject of discussion at the ad hoc meeting in March, where there was significant conversation that took place with the board about the differences between policy and operations. Also, just to remind you, we do address programs that have been discontinued. We discussed that last May. The AAS and energy management was discontinued in 2025. There was a subsequent presentation on September 17th about what the term substantive change means according to NWCCU. Substantive changes are program approvals. According to NWCCU, they are not program suspensions or terminations, according to NWCCU. The next question is very much a repeat of the first. And I don't believe there was any difference there.
I want question 3, if you could respond to that. I don't know who's actually doing the driving over there, but thank you so much for that. I think we're at question 3, and I wonder if you could talk just a minute about that, and we'll move on.
Right. And question number 3, I talked a little bit about it in my presentation, but just delaying or modifying these decisions, it puts the college at risk for not achieving the savings that we need. It could potentially contribute to additional deficit spending. It disrupts our operations. It creates uncertainty. And I think most importantly, it undermines strategic alignment of the plan and making it harder for us to be able to implement it.
Thank you. Trustee Mulholland had some questions as well. 1, 2, 3, and 4 are program-related questions. I wonder if I believe that you took these as well.
Yes, I did. So question number 1, I'm making the assumption that has to do with the academic program review process. And yes, that the APR process is a 6-year iterative cyclical undertaking. It is led by faculty, and it does result in reports and notes on lots of reports and lots of notes. Question number 2, if there's a written report for the programs proposed for closure, if so, please share it. There were 2 reports that were shared as part of the budget package. I'm sorry, the board package this evening. And number 3, if the HIM and criminal justice programs were not meeting performance metrics, how and when were these performance metrics and the need for improvement communicated to the program leads? The HIM program was noted not to have met performance metrics in 2023. The program has improved in 2025. That is accurate. The CJ program was noted not to have met some performance metrics in the 2025 program portfolio review process. Data is shared with faculty and deans, so they are made aware of that. And then again, written reports for both the criminal justice and the health information management programs were posted on the website for this evening. They asked about, are there other programs at risk of closure? And more information will be made available in May. We do routinely report the outcomes of the program portfolio review process, which is not the same as the budget mitigation plan. And we do have some updates for you for May. And I cannot take the questions on the print shop.
Yes. Question 5. I wonder, someone from the finance office perhaps responded to this one. There is an explanation right here. Vice President Flath can talk about that. And there's a table at the bottom here that you can take a look at as well.
I got it. You got it. Good.
So what you have in this table is 24, 25 and year-to-date 26 financial data for the printing and graphics department. When we anticipated this part of the mitigation plan, the ongoing general fund transfer that you see under the revenue section, there's general fund transfers. We're projecting a need of about 200,000 when they end the year and as they continue on. So it would be a savings of general fund because of the ongoing commitment to supplement it. Do you see the ending fund balance at the end? So one thing that was discussed earlier is the 60, right now they're tentatively at 65,000 in-year deficit spending, but their ending fund balance as of right now is about 270,000 in a deficit spending situation. So when we started looking at the mitigation plan, one of the things we've talked about with the board continually over the last, since I've been here a year and a half, 2 years, is that subfund deficit spending and how to discontinue that. So we have met with the printing and graphics team, as was alluded to earlier, and we are working through what some tentative plans might look like, preserving the student learning component and still formulating what that will look like when we're finished with the plan, but still continuing with the mitigation plan and working with the team to find a good solution.
Thank you thank you both for that. And there were questions from Trustee Olson. He and I did talk about that, and we're going to be getting more information. Thank you.
All right. The presentation and the overview of the information requests has been done. We are now in discussion. Are there any discussions or additional questions in regards to the presentation?
I had another question regarding the presentation. Yep. And I think I've got a potential motion.
Okay.
With regards, can we go to the fiscal impacts of the two programs? Let's go to criminal justice first.
And Jesse, I see your hand up.
In the presentation. And so I had some questions around the fixed versus marginal costs and revenues associated with this program. I haven't seen cost and information presented in this particular way before. Can you walk me through the sort of what's the break-even point for this program and which set of numbers should we be paying attention to here, the fully allocated or the direct?
I'm going to ask for Jonathan Kimball to come to the table to answer those questions.
Chilling. So what you're seeing here on the left-hand side is direct credit revenue, right? So charge credit, charge tuition, that's what we get. The direct expenses are the cost of the faculty, the materials and supplies to run the program. While it's not uncommon for an institution to calculate overhead as a whole, it is not common for us to calculate direct overhead for at the program level, but we calculated that, and that's what you're seeing in the middle there. So that's essentially things like facilities, IT, any central supports that go into the program. That's what you're seeing in the middle. On the right-hand side is the indirect plus the direct costs to get a total. You're probably seeing other numbers that leaves out one or the other. So to get apples to apples, what we're doing here is to say either do directs or do directs plus indirects to get a cost comparison between the two.
Okay, so it appears that in terms of direct revenues and expenses, this program has a net deficit on annually of around $3,000. And that if you include indirect revenue and expenses, it actually has a net positive fiscal impact of around $44,000. Am I reading this chart correctly?
That's correct. So for FY25, that's the data we showed. But again, calculating at the program level, not most institutions don't do that. So the idea is not about program level overhead cost calculation, but where you're putting your resources as a whole. I think you had an email question too that was about asking if we looked at it that way, wouldn't most of our programs be upside down if we were looking at just credit tuition? And that's true. That's intentional in most states where it's state support, property tax, and everything comes together to make it work as a whole. If you look at lane system, it's all supposed to work together as a whole too, because some programs are more expensive than others and they end up working together, subsidizing, just like a student might be a program in aviation, but take a course in humanities at the same time. So they cross over in different ways. And to drill into it this way, you're trying to get your best modeling, your best guess on how it all works together.
Okay.
All right. We're going to go Jesse, President Olson, and then Jerry. Go ahead, Jesse.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question for the president, just because of kind of what we've been receiving via email and receiving in public comment today, is kind of about input and Trustee Olson's comment as well. Question, I guess, from a couple minutes ago, is I just am curious and I'd like a little bit of expansion on it and to know your confidence that enough information was gathered from the right individuals to help get to these decisions. Namely, hearing that the program coordinators may not have been engaged, or at least that's what was mentioned in public comment today. So if there could be a little bit of expansion there, I would love to hear it.
Thank you so much for the question. When we went through this process, we engaged people in a variety of ways. There was an information system. It's called the Thought Exchange. We engaged individuals that way, and we had some listening sessions. There were about 35-ish listening sessions around the college. That was with faculty, that was with classified professionals, managers, all of our employees were invited to go to come to those, and they were done at the department level, and so we went to them for that. So those were ways to get input on, in general, related to what the reductions might look like. When you go through this process here at this college at Lane, you've got to follow the collective bargaining agreements. And so there were some things that we could not say to our represented members. And when we did, you might remember our talking to the board and the community about March 15th, that being a really important date. And so we started that process after March 15th. And so, and that is what you're hearing, it seems to me, and I'm listening to everything, taking it all in, what you're hearing is really a response to us going into a lot of those conversations after that March 15th date. And I hope that answers your question. But the intention was absolutely to get as much input and information that we could and from the college during a fairly truncated process.
Jesse, did you have a follow-up? I just wanted to make sure.
Not on that point. I have more, but I'll get back in the end of the line.
Okay, gotcha. We'll do President Olson, Jerry, and then Steve.
I have some questions about the money, so I'm going to need you to come back up.
Oh, and by the way, the podium mic works. So if you'd like to use the podium, you can. So yeah. Mm-hmm.
So when it comes to the indirect overhead expenses, you mentioned facilities and operations. And I guess my question is, wouldn't those costs still exist because those buildings are still inherently on campus and will still be occupied by whatever class might replace these?
They would at a snapshot in time, and overhead changes as time goes by, right? So we can look at how much overhead exists at the end of FY25, and it's variable. So you have your fixed costs like facilities, utilities, but the utility costs can go up. Your management costs can go up. You can have a difference in facilities and so on, and so they change. The point being is that they will still exist, but they shift in where they're being allocated to support other programs and other things.
My follow-up question to that is my understanding that the HIM program is a fully asynchronous program, that way meaning that it is taught fully online. I'm not sure how a cost of facilities or operations could be included into their budget.
It still utilizes resources centrally. So we have HR that helps with recruitment. Might not be for then, but it could have been in prior times. Utilities to run the online classes if we're using the buildings, if we're using Moodle, which will be Canvas soon. There are overhead costs that go into that.
But those overhead costs would still exist even if the HIM program wasn't here, correct?
They could, and that's why the model is intended to be directional, not it informs, it's not the only deciding factor.
Thank you.
Next is Jerry and then Steve.
I note that we don't have a lot of time. I'll try to be really quick and get some things on the table that we can perhaps talk about it. It seems to me we're going to have to defer the actions on this unless somebody has a magic. We're an aging society, and healthcare is one of the areas that's actually growing jobs right now and will continue to. We're supposed to be policy driven. Well, here's a few policy things to consider. The health of our community, the public safety of our community, the economics of our community, as well as what services we provide to students. So I am looking at this from a policy perspective, but here's something I absolutely don't understand and I object to, and that is to announce the closure of a program before the board has taken action on closing that program. That is just wrong. That gets the cart before the horse. And that's our job. And For those who say the board doesn't have a role in closing programs, we can take you back through years and years of the board specifically closing programs, voting on the closure of programs. I looked at that data. For example, watershed health and management. That was a big deal 10 years ago. And then we had fewer and fewer students. And the board decided to close that program. And it was not without some argument. There were some board members who didn't favor that. So we deserve that kind of discussion as a community. If we're going to fulfill our role in the community college equation, we represent the community. We're elected by the community. We're supposed to pay attention to what the community is saying and what we are feeling and what that job market looks like. And so I'm not going to be a fan of closing these programs. And I also think there are ways to get around this structural budget deficit. There are ways that we can structure our budget that we can actually follow Oregon law, get a balanced budget before the deadline. And I'm sorry to take up so much time, Mr. Chair. The print shop is also something that does tremendous good for our students. And I really have my doubts that an outside delivery, an outside agency is going to improve that. In fact, it will probably, my opinion, it will probably mean less service to our students. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Our next speaker, our next board member is Steve. I put, and then Jesse, and then I put myself. Go ahead, Steve.
Thank you. Just very briefly responding to Jerry's sentiment. Just want to distinguish between sort of community at large and community of interest, right? So when we are discussing particular programs, we have a very strong showing in terms of community of interest. It's really hard and perhaps impossible for us to find out what the community at large believes about any particular program. That's not the main thing I wanted to discuss. So when I listened to the rationale described by Dr. Tinkham for the closure of these two programs, the low enrollments and declining enrollments, they're sort of changing accreditations required by the job market in order to succeed, the duplication of these programs elsewhere in the state. Those aren't the only rationale, but those are some of the major ones. That's persuasive to me. The thing that I'm not clear on, I guess I'd like to get a little more clarity on, is how the administration, or can the administration explain how the closure of these two programs adds up to whatever it is, an estimated $500,000 and change in savings? That I just don't understand that part yet based on the information provided.
What it will allow us to do, there would be, and I think the term that Kara, Vice President Flapp, has used is there's basically a sewer retrenchment process. So with the HIM program, we're going to be redirecting faculty resources into other areas. And there could be, we're going through that process, through the retrenchment process right now, and it would be very similar with the criminal justice program. And it is estimated that those two program closures over time would result in that $540,000 through that restructuring.
And if I may just follow up, this kind of follows a little bit on what Michael was saying, that if we reallocate, especially the indirect, right, the use of classrooms and other kinds of facilities on campus, that space has a cost. I think what you're telling us is that it's underutilized, and should we eliminate these programs and then make that space and those resources available to programs with higher interest rates, we would be better allocating the indirect costs that are applied to these programs.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
Right, that's right, Steve. So the idea is when you're looking at your resources as a whole, looking at high demand programs, looking at where you're putting your resources, you're essentially shifting them to those programs, to those spaces. And over time, the overhead and indirect costs will change. I mean, that's inevitable with the mitigation plan, but we're impacting staff, support services, and programs across the board. So we could pull the same data for FY26 when we close the books, same for next year, and those indirect costs will change. But it's a matter of where we're putting those resources, and that's the point of the financial model.
So just to put it one other way, we heard at a very high level a couple of years ago, there was a consultant came and did an analysis, told us that, make a long story short, our classrooms, our spaces were way underutilized. I forget the capacity number that they quoted, but it was shocking, I think, to most board members, if not all board members, that we have these facilities, some online and some in person, but nonetheless, they're heavily underutilized. And so I think what you're saying is that closure of these two programs would contribute, the goal is to contribute towards increasing that capacity factor going forward. They would be replaced at some point in time with programs who had whose numbers were greater and that increased our overall capacity.
That's the hope.
All right. So we got Jesse and then myself, and then we got President Olson and Kevin. Go ahead, Jesse.
I would like Kevin to go since we're on such a tight timeline and I've already spoken. So I still would like to ask a question, but I'm going to pass to Kevin for now.
Well, I was next.
Or you next. You next.
Yeah.
You haven't spoken either, Chair, please. Whoever's next in line that hasn't spoken.
I'd like to make a motion that we direct the administration to retain the HIM program as well as the criminal justice program as part of the mitigation plan, which is to retain the HIM and the criminal justice program.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Point of order. Yes, go ahead, Kevin.
The point of order is the motion appears to direct or substitute for administrative operations, which is outside of the board's policymaking role.
Point not well taken. ORS and, crowd, please. ORS as well as HEC revised policy to page 269 through 278, as well as OAR allows for local governance and local districts to be able to vote on these matters. We have a long history of voting on these matters as well.
Mr. Chair, I respectfully.
Just really quick, Kevin. We have a motion. Yeah. It has not been seconded yet.
I will second the motion.
Okay. Now that it's been officially seconded, you have another point of order, which Kevin, you can go ahead.
Well, no, actually, I respectfully appeal the decision of the chair.
Absolutely. The appeal allows for the board to vote on the decision of the chair. It's a majority vote if the board wishes to overrule the chair. So with that, we will go, my apologies. It does require a motion in a second. Is there a second to the appeal?
I'll second.
Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. There is a motion and a second to overrule. We will move to a vote. I apologize. Would you like to speak to your motion?
No, I think I have, but just for clarity, could you explain what a yes vote is and what a no vote is?
Oh, yes, of course. So the yes is appeal is to overrule the board chair's decision. Okay. We'll do a roll call vote.
Kevin Alltucker?
Yes.
Austin Fulnegi?
No.
Jesse Maldonado?
No.
Steve Mittal?
I'm going to abstain.
Zach Mulholland?
No.
Jerry Rust?
No.
Julie Wiesman?
No. I mean, yes. I'm not sure which I was supposed to say.
Yeah, Julie, just to clarify, yes means you overrule the chair's decision. No is you support the chair's decision.
Great, correct. Yes, please.
Thank you. Do you have a point of order? Or?
I would like to request that we temporarily adjourn for an hour and reconvene at 6 p.m. because I think that this is going to take more than 2 minutes.
Understood. Yeah, I was about to recommend, I did double check with OJEC that you are allowed to extend out the meeting and delay a meeting that is right directly behind. But it sounds like you want to make a separate motion, though, to re-adjourn after the budget committee or after the budget committee meeting.
Reconvene.
Or reconvene after the budget committee meeting.
Yeah, I would like to have time to actually suss this motion out a bit more and not be forced to vote on it in its current state.
Understood. That does require 2/3 vote in order to change in that way. So yeah, that would require a 2/3 vote. There is a motion, though. That being said, is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, Steve, motion's the second. Would you like to discuss?
If I'm allowed to jump ahead of your motion.
Yeah, no. You essentially are so pausing the motion and the meeting to re-adjourn at a later time.
Yeah, we have budget committee members here for a 5 p.m. meeting. I don't know how long this discussion is going to take, but I want to give it the due diligence that it deserves and have a full discussion before we vote. And so just respectfully to everyone here, I want to take the time to make this decision correctly. And so I apologize for the delay, but I think it makes much more sense for us to wait an hour, come back after the budget committee meeting and spend the 30 minutes or whatever it takes to do this right. And so I appreciate it if folks would support that.
All right. And that is to reconvene at 6 p.m. Is that correct?
Let's say 6:10. So we have 10 minutes after the budget committee meeting.
Understood. Thank you for the clarification of the motion. Any further discussion on the motion? President Olson.
I do support Board Member Mulholland's motion in the sense that I do think that a lot more information and concerns should be expressed about these program suspensions. And I will be here at 6 if this does get passed.
All right. Thank you. All right. Any further discussion? In regards to Zach Mulholland's motion to reconvene at 6:10, we'll do a roll call vote. Go ahead.
Kevin Alltucker,
Yes.
Austin Fulnegi,
Yes.
Jesse Maldonado,
Yes.
Steve Mattal,
Yes.
Zach Mulholland,
Yes.
Jerry Rust,
Yes.
and Julie Wiesman.
Abstain.
All right. That is 2/3. The motion passes. We will now adjourn from the regular special meeting and we will gavel into the budget committee meeting. Thank you.
We're on the same video link for the budget committee. That's weird.
I think that's true. I wasn't planning on going anywhere.
Okay.
Does anybody else? I don't think I received a separate link. Did anybody else? Kevin,
Yeah. I think it's the same link.
All right.
In past years, there's not room for all budget committees members to be at the dais. So yeah, maybe that's anyways. So yeah, there will be some at that other table. It might be hard to see everybody. We'll just have to see.
Okay.
Like ready.
Oh, let's see, Jerry. Oh, gotcha.
You were kind to at that point.
much. I really appreciate it.
We're starting the budget committee meeting.
My poor wife.
Starting the budget committee meeting right now.
She's been sitting in the car and.
All right. What? What are you doing? What is?
There's gotta be a place
for her to hang gently. Okay. All right, we're just gonna give one more minute here just to make sure that we get everyone.
Happy as a clam. And high tide. Oh, low tide, wouldn't it be? I would say
High
no.
or high tide. I prefer high tide because that's when they get to eat.
Sure. I've seen those big gooey ducks with their thing in the. I think they're eating. But that's good. You raise an interesting question. How do clams eat? They're filter feeders. I know that. Put out their little. Yeah.
Yeah, we're missing President Bulger and, yeah.
Had my wife's hometown.
For those online, just FYI, Amber asked me to go ahead and get us through the call of order, welcome and introductions, and then we'll obviously have the election of chair and vice chair. By the way, the agenda can be found in the calendar in the new system that we're using, which is called, I always forget what it's called.
eScribe.
eScribe. I am never going to remember that. I'm so used to board docs, but you can find the agenda in the HTML part in the calendar. That shows all the different presentation documents, and the PDF, I don't necessarily see that it has that, but it does have the written out agenda. All right. We're now calling the Lane Community College Budget Committee to order. Let us go ahead and call the roll. Oh, 1 second.
Kevin Alltucker,
Here.
Larissa Ennis,
Here.
William Gray, Austin Fulnaggy,
Here.
Dan Isaacson,
Here.
Charles Kimball, Jesse Maldonado,
Here.
Steve Mittal,
Here.
Zach Mulholland,
Here.
Michael Olson. Oh, sorry. Amber Patterson. Here. Jerry Rust,
Here.
Jesse Williams,
Here.
and Julie Wiesman.
Here.
Excellent. Welcome, everyone. So like I said, we'll be doing next the election of the chair and vice chair. But I also want us to do a round of introductions. This will allow us to understand what position we represent, what our role is. We're all budget committee members, obviously, but board members are sitting at the here as well. I'll go ahead and start and then work my way around the room here, and then we will go online. My name is Austin Fulnaggy. I'm the current chair of the Lane Community College Board. I represent the Eastern District of our county. And yeah, I'm just happy to be here. And this is such an important part of our conversation. Zach.
Zach Mulholland, Lane Community College Board member representing North Eugene and West Eugene. Thank you.
Hi, Jerry Rust. Nice to see you. I've been wondering when we'd get to meet each other. I represent the west side of the county.
President Bulger.
Oh, Stephanie Bulger, president of Lane Community College.
I'm Jesse Williams. I'm a senior treasury analyst at the University of Oregon.
I'm Amber Patterson. This is my third year here, and I'm the CFO at Burley Design.
Dan Isaacson, representing Zone 2, small business owner, and I work with a nonprofit field for mental health.
Excellent. We'll start with Jesse and then Kevin. I'm just calling you by how I see on the screen. Jesse, go ahead.
Hey everyone, Jesse Maldonado, Lane Community College Board member, represent one of the at-large districts.
All right, Kevin, and then Julie next.
Yeah, good evening or afternoon. I'm Kevin Alltucker, LCC board member, one of the two at-large positions along with Jesse. Thanks for being here.
Excellent. Julie and then Steve.
Julie Wiesman. I am the Zone 3, it's the Springfield Marcola area representative, and I'm a trustee. So nice to be here.
Excellent. Steve, and then Larissa. Steve, go
Good
ahead.
afternoon. Yep. Good afternoon, everybody. My name's Steve Mattel. I am one of the board members representing South and to some extent Central Eugene. And I think this is about my 6th time around the block with the Budget Committee. Thanks for everybody for being here.
Hi, everyone. My name is Larissa Ennis. This is my 3rd of a 3-year term on the Budget Committee. And at my day job, I am the Senior Manager of Development and Communications for Food for Lane County.
Amazing. Thank you, everyone. And thank you for your service. This is hard work that we're going to be doing between now and the end of May. And I really appreciate your service to our district, to the people of Lane County. Thank you. We'll now move on to the opening of nominations for both chair and vice chair. We need a motion or a nomination rather, and then acceptance of the nomination to move forward. Steve?
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to nominate Jesse Williams to be our chair for the upcoming years. Most people will recall he served in the vice chair last year to help prepare for this role. I've spoken with Jesse, seen him. Well, I think that's sorry. I'm just doing the nomination at this point in time. I was about to jump into advocacy. Sorry.
Oh no, you can.
I'm stopping right there. I'm stopping right there.
Okay. Jesse, would you like to accept the nomination?
I'll accept.
Excellent. Are there any other nominations for chair? All right, seeing none, before we vote to elect, would you like to do your advocacy, Steve?
I apologize for that. I got a little excited. So, well, I'll keep it short. There's not any opposition, so I don't think significant advocacy is required. I've known him for a handful of years now. I know him to be very hardworking. I know him to be a great facilitator, very even and fair-minded. And so the job of the chair really is to ensure that all voices are heard and make space for that, as well as to be that much, as prepared, if not more prepared than the rest of us to be certain that all important, questions get asked. And I'm very confident that Jesse will do just that.
All right, excellent. Any further discussion? We'll now move to vote for Jesse to be the chair. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstention? All right. Passage of the gavel. Next would be opening nominations for vice chair.
All right. So let me read this here. Fantastic. I would like to open nominations for the role of vice chair. Do we have any nominations?
Chair, I would like to nominate Amber Patterson for vice chair.
And do you accept, Amber?
I do.
Excellent. I wouldn't have been offended. I'm just
Are there any other nominations? Okay, seeing none. Would you like to do advocacy? For adding that into the mix.
Greatly appreciate your service, appreciate your leadership last time. And yes, I think that having that continued support between you two will be very beneficial for the budget committee and the budgetary process.
All right, seeing no other nominations, I declare the nominations closed. We will do votes. All those when I say what I'm going to say aye or nay. All those in favor of Amber being vice chair, say yay.
Yay?
Yay.
There we go. That's the right one.
I think yay is perfectly sufficient.
All those not in favor, say nay. All right, didn't hear any, so Amber is vice chair. Is elected vice chair by a vote of unanimous.
Next motion would be adoption of agenda.
All right, so the next is moving on to the approval of the April 22nd committee agenda. Do we have any changes or corrections to the agenda?
No changes or corrections. So move to approve the agenda.
I'll second it.
All right, and if we don't have any other discussion, then we'll do a vote. All those in favor, say aye.
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 All those against, say nay. Any abstentions? The motion's carried. In my notes, we had public comment next, but I don't think we're actually doing that. We're doing discussion items next.
Yes.
Does that sound correct? Okay, all right. All right, so I will hand it over to Kara and Jonathan for discussion items.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Chair. We really appreciate that. I'll just go ahead and introduce them. And so we have Jonathan Campbell and Vice President Fath, I think, is going to be supporting this effort. And Jonathan will go ahead and get started, though. We've got 45 minutes, 45 minutes, so we'll use the time wisely.
Kara told me I'm solo on this one.
Solo. Oh, you're solo. Please go. Please go.
All right. Thank you all for your time, for your service on the board. It's good to see you again. My name is Jonathan Campbell. I'm the Senior Director of Budget and Resource Planning. This is my third season with budget here at Lane. This is my 13th year in higher ed. So I've seen a lot of different flavors and varieties and chaos, if you will, throughout the years, but it's always fun and I appreciate your service. I appreciate being here. We did introductions, but there's one that I wanted to do, which is critical, and that's to give recognition to my team. Alejandra's back here. She gave the Lane recognition earlier, so we can all just wave at Alejandra. This work requires a lot of detail-oriented, a lot of thoughtfulness, a lot of critical thinking. My team always rises to the occasion. We get results. Alejandra was nominated the classified star not too long ago. She's exemplary across the board, so she was voted unanimously into that award. She's awesome. The rest of my team is awesome. To say I'm proud is an understatement to work with them. I also brought this, and I'm going to break it, so I'm going to give it to Jesse here in a minute. If you can read that, that says 2016. We've received the Distinguished Budget Award 2 years in a row now. The last time we got it was 2016. We're going for a third year. So results were very accurate. We do the best we can. Shout out to my team. They're awesome. Kara too.
I wonder if we could give them a round of applause. This is an amazing work. Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you, Alejandra.
I'm going to set this down before I break it. Don't break that, Jesse.
That'll look great on my wall.
Okay. All right, so we can go to the next slide. Okay, so I'm going to move through this pretty quick to give us time. This is our roadmap. I'm going to go into, let's go to the next slide on this one too. Okay, so I wanted to provide a roadmap for what we're going to do over the next few weeks. The idea is to move from understanding to discussion and ultimately to approve a proposed budget in the middle of May. I gave them, in quotation, themes this year. So each week has kind of a different theme. And so rest assured that you have plenty of time to ask questions, to send questions, to discuss, to analyze, to ask us questions, and to be thoughtful as you always are. Okay, next slide. We're obligated in a way to talk about the process, the purpose, and why we're here. We all know Oregon budget law. I know everyone has read it since the last time you were here and can quote all the different pieces of it. But everything we do here in this process is grounded in Oregon budget law. Essentially, the idea is to allow for public comment, for transparency, for discussion. And the Department of Revenue has a cute phrase, the 10 easy steps to pass a budget. If you'll notice, there are more than 10 steps. And within each step, there's more than a dozen steps. And we're on step 4. You can see the tiny arrow. And that's where y'all come into play. So let's go to the next slide. In a nutshell, the purpose of the process is to give us a chance to pass a balanced budget and adding to that based in reasonable estimates for expenses, revenues, based in real discussion and input and data. So it has to be evident. So whatever we pass, at the end of the day, it has to hold up to scrutiny. The other part of this is that the purpose of the process is, like I said, to provide for public input, and then also to provide a chance for a committee to come through and provide purpose and provide a chance to kind of kick the tires on a budget, ask good questions. The second part of that, and the reason y'all are here, is to receive the proposed budget, hear what it's about, hear the budget message, the strategy behind it, and to discuss, revise, listen to public comment, and ultimately approve the proposed budget. And we didn't do this in the past, but I'll specifically say it's the budget and the tax levy that comes with it. Okay, next slide.
Jonathan, I had a question. Can I jump in with questions or?
Well, you're the chair, so.
Just on that on that second to last bullet there, it says discuss and revise if necessary. I just want to clarify, that's at the budget at large, right? It's not our responsibility to give input into specifics of how to implement that budget. Is that correct?
That's right. Thank you for bringing that up. So we're talking about budget allocations at large, not operational decisions, not the individual positions, not individual programs, but to your point, allocations at the high level. And we'll do kind of a walkthrough in the next meeting. I believe we have some time carved out to walk through the budget document and kind of line up what that means.
All right. Thanks.
Okay. Yep. Good question. So with that lens and with that understanding, I want to talk for a minute about some of the things that are happening in higher ed and kind of at large with our economy. We brought to you last time a plan, and we thought it was the best plan we had. And I'm foreshadowing here, which I'm going to talk about on the next slide, what that plan was. But there are headwinds that we're up against that I know we're seeing at U of O, we're seeing at 4J, we're seeing at other institutions. Things like changing perception by students, their behaviors towards how they take classes. Government funding levels at the federal and state level are scarce. We're facing challenges on how those things are allocated. Economics and demographics, we talked a lot of last session or the last year about the demographic cliff, how there's just fewer students out there in the world that are entering into higher education. But we go into that with eyes wide open, right? The whole point of having a plan is recognizing these things, and I won't read them, but our team here, our faculty, our staff, the administration, we're all thoughtful about how we strategize and respond to those things. For example, we know that we're seeing more headcount in students, but because of a variety of different factors, they're taking less credits. So we do things like a credit up campaign. We have annual registration. We try to meet them where they're at. We do the best we can to respond. So it's not something that I say is a doom and gloom part of the strategy or the plan, but these are real things that are happening that we have to respond to in real time. Okay. I foreshadowed. Last time we met and we passed a plan where, in a nutshell, we took $3 million out of our proposed budget. 1.7 million of that was the anticipation of holding vacancies because of those headwinds, because of all the things that are happening in the world. The plan hasn't played out like we thought it would. So without mitigation, with doing the best we can to respond, we're still facing about $500,000 to $800,000 shortfall this year. In-year spending. That's not talking about our reserves or ending fund balance as a whole, but we still are facing a lot of challenges. We did our best to implement that plan. Hasn't worked out the way we thought. Plans are great, but they change, right? So we do the best we can, and we'll send more information in between now and next week on how we've responded to that. If we look at the year-to-date actuals, we talked about a variety of things. We planned for 2% growth. We hit that in the fall. We had really great turnout for the students. Winter has slowed down a little bit, and so has spring. We're seeing that across the board at all the community colleges. I don't know about University of Oregon. Jesse's given me a nod, but enrollment is dropping for a variety of different reasons. Personnel costs have gone up higher than we thought they would. Vacancy savings, like I mentioned, we met about half of that target. We just haven't had, for the lack of better words, the turnover that we thought we would. So what that tells us, that it's a persistent problem. It's a structural problem that we're going to have to deal with for years to come. So let's go to the next slide. We fast forward to next year, the year we're planning for right now. What our forecast tells us based on reasonable estimates, if we do nothing with no mitigation, hands off the wheel, if you will, our ending fund balance drops to about 3.5 to 4 million based on our best estimates. Our board policy is that we are aiming for a 10% ending fund balance. That would bring us to 3%. So we have a plan. Foreshadowing again. We developed a plan, and in the next session, we're going to go through it in detail. So let's go to the next slide. It has been a huge effort across the board. Everybody that I know here at Lane has been engaging with this process in one way or another. I won't read through the numbers, but here are all the different sessions, training sessions. Again, I'll give a shout out to the budget team. 45 training sessions is pretty phenomenal. How to set your budget, how to read your budget, how to enter your budget. We've had listening sessions. This doesn't go into the thought exchange, which we had a multitude of comments about what our priorities were, what people were thinking. The long story short and what to take away from this is that we've been doing the best we can to engage across the board to develop and design that plan to the best of our ability. So let's go to the next slide. Within that, we did, over the last year, we have developed these pillars, these core elements of our core values. I won't read these either, but know that this is the lens that we're using to develop the plan this year, next year, in the foreseeable future. We're also going to start talking about developing our strategic plan, the new one. It ends in FY 27 or 28, I believe, Dr. Bulger, right? And so we're going to be using this lens to develop that plan. So the other part of this that I want to point out is that within all this, students are at the core of this. They're our mission. They're the reason we're here. And they're at the center of all of our plans to have the least impact on students and continue to provide pathways for education and meet them where they're at to the best of our ability. Let's go to the next slide. So I foreshadowed, and I told you I'd go through this pretty quick. We have a 3-year plan with a lot of details in it. Kara and I will send the details to you of what that 3-year plan, what we've presented to date, between now and then for you to do your homework along with Oregon budget law. I'm sure that you'll use it for your nighttime reading. But next week, we plan on going through that in detail. Plenty of time for opportunity for questions at this point. We have, I think, are we doing public comment at 4:45 or is it?
Yeah, so it's in the HTML. Oh, sorry. In the HTML, it does state allowing for public comment, but it's after discussion. So yeah. Yeah. So my understanding is usually it happens before discussion, but yeah. Anyway.
Well, you'll have the opportunity to ask some questions now, just knowing that we're going to go through the 3-year plan. By Oregon budget law, I can't talk about the proposed budget yet, but we can talk about questions of what you've seen on this slide presentation. If you think about things, you can submit information requests to Nicole and Dr. Bulger, and we'll do our best to kind of formulate those for the next session for conversation. I'll leave it at that.
Absolutely. Yeah. So Oregon budget law doesn't allow for it be proposed until May 1st. Is that the law and how it's stated, or is it after the first meeting?
We will have the proposed document ready for the committee on May 1st.
On May 1st, exactly.
We'll
okay.
Discuss and go through on May 6th, I believe is the next meeting.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think it's important though for us to still ask questions and be able to, of different ideas and so forth. Does Oregon, and this doesn't have to be answered today, but does Oregon budget law prevent us from being able to ask and then you answer questions that might relate to that proposed budget?
So I can't talk about specifics in the budget because of the way that Oregon budget law is written, but we can talk about the economic drivers behind it. We can talk about the concepts of what's happening at large. And I think what we've passed to date, the financial plan.
Yeah.
Right. So, but nothing in the proposal itself until we release it to the public.
I greatly appreciate that. those responses. Just a brief comment, Chair, if that's okay.
Yep.
So last cycle, I want to appreciate everyone's service. I want to appreciate everyone for being here today. I appreciate your service to our community, as I stated previously. During the last budgetary cycle, though, we had about an hour and 45 minutes to discuss and ask questions and so forth. That was disturbing to me. Being on 2 different boards, have been through multiple budget cycles and so forth. I've been on boards where we agreed on everything in the budget and we spent at least 5 hours debating and talking. So I just want to encourage all of us to ask questions, to discuss things, bring them into a public meeting as well, because that's very important. It's very critical for transparency. It's very critical for making sure that the community is involved. We are all community members and we want to share this information with our community, with our neighbors and so forth. As chair and vice chair, I want to encourage you to promote discussion, creating time for discussion and so forth. All of us, I want us to encourage asking questions, challenge things, as well as doing our homework. This is a lot. We have wonderful staff here that make this possible for us to get information, to answer our questions and so forth. So I just want to encourage everyone. Let us discuss. Let us take opportunities to discuss. We're starting early in April, which does create some limitations on what we can ask and get to specific answers of, but that still allows us to prepare for things, such as what we passed in the last budget. What are some areas of opportunities and so forth. So anyway, just wanted to state that comment. And again, I really appreciate the service of all of you. I appreciate our staff and your hard work and dedication to this institution. Thank you.
Yeah, I think you bring up a good point that our time in public at this meeting is limited. And so I definitely would encourage folks to write down your questions as you're going through them throughout the weeks as we go through. I know I did this last year. I sent them dozens of questions and I'm sure you loved them all. But the responses that they were giving back were thoughtful and detailed and provided links for me to really follow up on it, which really helps me. I know everybody's different, but it helped me to really absorb all the information. And I know that there are a few other members of the committee that did that as well. And so you guys did a great job of that last year. Hopefully we can do that again this year. And I don't remember, I think those might have been public with the responses. So it is out there and kind of probably forever, but at least for the public to follow along with. So.
And we're happy to dig those up again and send them back out as a refresher of what y'all asked last time, if that would be helpful.
Just procedurally how. Who should we submit the questions to? I know last year we had
That was
a change.
If we go through Nicole.
Yes.
Nicole,
That-
okay.
Okay, that'll probably be the best way.
Thanks, Jesse.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
The only thing I was going to add to that is that if it's a Sophie's choice between more review of the budget document, more time to discuss it, I would lean on more time to discuss it. I mean, I take my role on budget. I know that all of us do very seriously, and I come to the meeting prepared to be able to. I've already reviewed the documents, so if there isn't the ability to extend the meeting, and it's a choice between reviewing a document that we come to the meeting already prepared for and discussing it, I err on the side of discussing it. That's just my view going into this process.
Okay. Owen, Chair. What that also does is also information sharing is helpful because your questions, other people might have those same questions, right? And thus sharing it in a public forum, in a public meeting, even bringing because I'm sure you're also maybe even going to have even phone call conversations or one-on-one meetings with the administration president or budgetary staff for those questions. And that's critical and that's important, but also bring those discussions back into the public forum, into the public meeting. It is our role, responsibility to make as much things public as possible. And that's a safe thing to lean on, bring it to the public.
When you're planning the agendas, if we need more than an hour, some of us can be here for more than an hour. So if we need more time, just allot the amount of time that we need to get the job done.
Nope. Sense.
Does anyone need a refresher, just a real crash course on things like how we're funded, our org structure, any of the mechanics? I think y'all are pretty familiar. Okay, just want to make sure. We skipped that a little bit this year and jumped right to it. So, but I didn't want to jump over anybody.
I believe our budget documents do a pretty good job of covering our basic revenues.
Hence the award.
Not to get it bogged down on procedural, Mr. Chair. We do obviously have several of our budget committee not here today. Is there, I don't know the aspects of excuse or not. Is there going to be someone who maybe reaches out, make sure that they're up to speed so that we again also don't spend the next meeting getting ourselves caught up and wasting time?
Chair, past practices have included sending them a video of this meeting and presentation documents and offering them an opportunity, either you as chair or as or to the administration to make sure that they're caught up to speed.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Just check.
Chair, we can certainly assist with that.
Perfect. Thank you.
Chair, can I ask if Kara has anything she wants to add? Okay.
Yeah, and I appreciate everyone being here, and I just to add some context to make sure we understand the budget committee responsibility is to make sure it's a reasonable budget, it's a balanced budget. You set financial limits, make a recommendation to the board that the board then would approve in a resolution. So it's to make sure that we've presented something that's balanced, it's sustainable, it's well thought through. And so what I caution people about getting too operational is because it's under the president's purview, and we have a discussion about this, right? But just keep in mind, we welcome the questions, we want to answer, we want to make sure it's well thought out, transparent, public process. That is our goal. So please do ask your questions, send them to Nicole, and we're happy to provide those. Are there questions? And now that we could prepare, not specific about the budget, but just things that you would be interested in looking at. We knew that there might be some initial conversations. And again, these are two added as orientation and precursors to the real budget meetings. I don't mean real, but the next series where we actually do get into the budget. So giving enough space to have that conversation and collect things that you may want us to continue to talk about as we present.
Oh, actually, Julie had her hand up and has had opportunity to speak.
Sorry about that. Julie, go ahead.
No problem. For some reason, my Zoom changed. I can't find the hand raise on the floor. It's weird. So I have a question that is for me and also for this budget process, but also I think for the budget committee as well. So we just had a meeting. We're talking about a motion that's on the floor prior to this meeting to change the mitigation plan that was part of the budget proposal that's going to be submitted to us. I doubt that it can be changed before we ever get it. So as a committee, budget committee, what are the implications and what should this committee know and be prepared for of how any decision that the board makes in this meeting after might affect it? Because there is a motion on the floor right now to pretty much not do a couple of the steps in the mitigation plan. So what's the implications for the budget committee going forward? What should we think? Plan for?
Point of order, this is a hypothetical, that is inappropriate for this discussion.
Chair, it's
Hypotheticals? I mean, what?
Can I give you the Robert Rules of Order?
Well, let us give us a sense, Chair, of what you may be struggling with on sort of understanding whether or not you would like for us to respond to the budget committee member.
I think.
Point of order, I'm sorry, but the point of order was that that we need to make a ruling on whether or not to continue with this because it's a hypothetical. And correct me if I'm wrong on the hypothetical. The board hasn't voted on this yet, thus it makes it a hypothetical. It's we're going to be discussing and then voting on it. So you can either choose to say that the point of order is well taken, or that it is not well taken. Not well taken meaning. Yeah, anyway, but
My please, the discussion about the implications of whatever the board might do needs to happen in that board meeting where we're discussing that topic, not here in a separate meeting.
Well, let me argue since you're going to argue too, let me argue back. There's hypotheticals all the time. What happens to the mitigation if there's 457,000 that is taken out of the budget? I just want to know what that would do to the mitigation plan and how the budget committee would participate.
Okay. I think everybody's had a say. I think we're going to move on and table that, and we can discuss the 3-year mitigation, which I think is planned for next week. So if there are questions about the mitigation specifically, I think we should probably table it until then. That would be great, because I think I'm looking at our time and I want to make sure that we have enough time for our public comment. So I don't want to run out of there.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, sorry. Steve, I don't know who was first. Steve. Okay.
I don't, if I raise my hand, it was by accident.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
All right.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, so Kara, thank you. You asked a question of, is there anything that you would like more information about and additional context for and so forth? One of the areas that I know we've discussed before in the past in board meetings, but I think that it would be beneficial for the committee as well, is alternative revenue sources, as well as, and just basic information about that.
Point of order. Isn't that a hypothetical as well? Just throwing it out there.
Chair, you can rule on that.
No, I think.
I'm sorry, Chair. I don't mean to put you through this, but.
Sorry. So I'll come at it this way. So my background is in numbers, budget, that kind of thing. I like to think I'm pretty good with numbers. What we're kind of venturing into here is not necessarily, doesn't feel like it's about the numbers necessarily. So what I would like to say is, if we could all just kind of keep it about the numbers, that would be great. I understand that there is something else going on with the board meeting that was before this. I wasn't here, so I'm not going to comment on that, and I think it's continuing later. So if we could put that aside, focus on the numbers, and then everybody else can get back to that after this, that would be great and much more of my comfort zone. Austin's request, as it was coming to me, sounded relatively related to Kara's question. And so let's go ahead and do that one. And then it seems like we're kind of wrapping up with the questions, and let's move on to the public comment.
I just have one question when we're done with everything else.
Okay.
Put me in the queue.
And if you can't see, we have Larissa has her hand raised to be in the queue as well.
Okay, just 1 second. Kara, did you get the gist of Austin's question?
Yes, but happy to include all the questions.
Okay. Larissa?
Thank you, Chair. I would love to hear a bit about in the core values, and thank you for always grounding us in core values when we're talking about budget decisions. I'm curious to hear a little bit more about, under the board and president's values, there's mission critical framework and accreditation standards. Can you speak to that, what those two items represent?
Yes, we can certainly take that as a question, and we could respond and then come back to that the next time. We can give you an overview of that. Not sure if we shared the actual document about what that means. If we have not shared that, I'm seeing some nodding going on. We have not shared that just yet. Committee member Innocent. So what we'd like to do is respond to that, and then we will talk more about it at the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Austin.
Absolutely. Pertaining to dynamics, not necessarily numbers, but dynamics. I think it would be really educational for the committee to also hear more about the Budget Subdevelopment Committee, which is represented by faculty, classified professionals, and students, as well as administration, and how they impact the budgetary process and so forth. Getting that information to the Budget Committee can be really helpful, I believe.
Zachary?
Yeah, the college over the course of this last year has developed a deferred maintenance plan that just came out at this last board meeting. I requested a presentation for the board on that deferred maintenance plan, but I think that our budget committee could also be very well informed by a presentation. So if we want to do it with the budget committee instead of with the full board, or figure that out, I think this group could also learn from that document.
I think that would be good because deferred maintenance is a large issue on all campuses. I would request that it just sticks right to the numbers on this committee at least, and doesn't get into the details of each and every building, the work that needs to be done, which is important. Don't get me wrong, but I think with the time we have, let's just focus on the numbers on that one.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, yes, right. I'm sorry.
Mine is last before we go to public comment. We just didn't say it, and I think it's probably a good idea. I just wanted to say thank you to the people in the room. I want to talk specifically to obviously the board itself, Dr. Bolger, staff who helps put this together. Congratulations on the budget award. That's really great. The staff who puts this meeting together never gets a whole lot of thanks, and I know how difficult it is. There's audience members, classified staff, students, and the public who are outside this room are expecting us to make very difficult decisions to help this institution that is a beloved member of our community continue to function. Everyone I know on this budget committee takes this role very seriously. I know there's a lot of heated emotions on the board itself. I personally have no interest whatsoever in getting bogged down in any of that. But I do hope that over the next 5 or 6 weeks, we can come together and put together a budget that puts LCC in a better position financially, that best balances the needs of what the students are looking for and the community expects. I really do appreciate the opportunity to serve on this board, and I'm looking forward to that experience. Thank you.
All right, we're going to move on to public comment. Just a reminder, the committee might not, thank you, Jonathan. Appreciate that. The committee may not respond directly to any issues raised during public comment, but will refer those issues to the president for appropriate action. Nicole, do we have any public comment? Okay. Great. Then that concludes public comment. We have not too many closing items. Just wanted to note that the next budget meeting will be held next Wednesday, April 29th at 5 p.m. And the committee will continue to meet Wednesdays in May as necessary. I think at that, we close the meeting. All right. With that, our meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
There's nothing wrong with any meeting room.
We're back at 6:10.
Yeah. In there, yeah, we will be returning to the special board meeting at 6:10.
And enjoy his presence, but it's very.
Mics are on? Okay. Hey, Jesse, can you hear me okay?
Invited him to.
Steve? Great. Do we have Kevin and others? Kevin, right? Do we have Julie? Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate that.
I feel like a quick recollection. I was just like.
She's on. Okay, perfect. Great.
Yeah. Maybe confused with this.
All right. We are. Oh. Please silence all devices. All right, we are now reconvening the April 22nd special board meeting back to order. Returning at 6:10. Just for the good though, I do want to do a roll call just to make sure all are in attendance, just for the record.
Kevin Alltucker,
Here.
Austin Fulnegi,
Here.
Jesse Maldonado,
Here.
Steve Mattal,
Here.
Zach Mulholland,
Here.
Michael Olson,
Here.
Jerry Rust,
Here.
and Julie Wiesman.
Here.
All right. As we all remember from last time, we had a motion on the floor and it was seconded. The motion, I will go ahead and read it one more time just so we're all familiar. We will also put it up at some point, just make sure that we have that in front of everyone. Austin Fulnegi motion to direct the administration to retain the health information management and criminal justice programs as not part of the mitigation plan. That is the motion and it was seconded. Oh, okay.
Mr. Chair, I have another point of order.
Okay, point of order, go ahead.
Thank you. I request clarification on how this motion aligns with existing board policy and governance structure before proceeding.
Okay. Board policy 4350 allows for the board, and it says specifically shall, in that board policy. We've discussed that before in the past. Additionally, I, in fact, emailed you about a variety of different OARs, ORSs, revised policies and so forth. And yeah, I can refer to those emails if you'd like. But yeah, or I can read them out loud here. Or...
Well, Mr. Chair, maybe I should clarify. I'm requesting clarification from the administration.
Oh, okay. My apologies. Yeah, thank you for clarifying that. Yes.
I wasn't clear.
Yep, no worries. So that was a point of order, and I will allow for it because I do want questions be answered and so forth. I haven't had a chance to speak on my motion yet, but I do want obviously your opportunity to have your questions answered. Obviously, previous to that, I as a chair want to empower people's voices as I've been doing. So, President Bulger, would you mind proceed?
Sure. And I just apologize for this, but I would love to have Trustee Alltucker actually say what you'd like to hear from us, and I'd be happy to respond.
Sure. So let me read my point of order again. So I request clarification from the administration on how this action aligns with existing board policy and governance structure before we proceed. I just want to get some guidance as we're considering this motion.
So there's a board policy. If someone can find the numbers, that would be great. But there's a board policy around the board delegating the authority to the president to run the college. Those are the operations. And that is through the college governance system and through the administration. There were 5 experts who came in last year who also talked to the board about the difference between the board role in policy governance and the president's role in management and the operations. And they were all consistent. And that started in January. You might remember that last year, and moved to July, and then moved to October, and moved to November, and then also in January, it seems to me, but I could be wrong on that. So there were 5 of them who came in to the college to actually, to the board and to actually speak about that. In terms of the impact, the HEC role and the HEC's role in particular, or the Northwest Commission. I think I heard that mentioned this evening as well. We have been consistent with the requirements of the Higher Education Coordinating Commission and also with the Northwest Commission on Colleges and Universities. And we would know if we were not in compliance because they would let us know. And so they are watchful and we are in compliance with that.
We'll move on now to speaking to the motion. But yes, I hope that answered your question there, Kevin. All right, so I've done quite a bit of just talking with community members, members in our community, students, and so forth. Actually had an opportunity to sit down and speak with the Neurodivergent Student Union, which was an incredible experience for my exploration of neurodivergent barriers in education. And there's more to discuss around all that that I definitely want to come back to at a later time. One of them mentioned the HIM program in their field of study, which was really impressive. And did you have a point of order, Kevin?
No, I'm just getting myself in the queue. Sorry, Chair.
Okay. So back to what I was saying, which is that this is about our equity lens. This is about making sure that we have programs that are really essential to allow for people to continue their education. I really appreciated the public comment about individuals that experience domestic violence who appreciate the fact that this program exists, that's online, and that it is available to them to be able to take and get into a career pathway that gets them out of the situations that they were previously in. When I work with job seekers, they are very interested in the HIM program because it is a field that is growing. And if you look at quality info and a variety of other different labor data statistics, this is a field that is going to continue to grow. And this is a field that is going to be absolutely necessary for the development and even the reform of our healthcare system. There's many students that I've spoken to that are part of the HIM program and that they love the dynamics of the online system. The fact that it's a career and technical education program that is completely online is a rarity. So the fact that we can have that at our institution is, I think, not only critical, it's important. And no offense to my former community college down there at Klamath Community College, but I don't necessarily want to see jobs here in Lane County be moved over into that county that are here right now. I'm also concerned about, would their internships be in Klamath County? That is a 3-hour drive. I do that drive regularly, and it is a lot. So those are major concerns that I've had with that. The criminal justice program, I had an opportunity to meet with NASA students as well as elders and Native American community members who spoke to me about concerns of the criminal justice program and that we need more individuals that have criminal justice background education and understanding. This helps with making safer communities, bringing about a better community overall. When you look at police forces that have individuals with criminal justice backgrounds, whether if it's a bachelor's or an associate's degree, they have less police brutality, they have less issues with de-escalations and a variety of other different things. I also saw that ICE is one of the lowest percentiles of police forces that have criminal justice backgrounds. And we've seen the results of that, not only in this community, but in others. So I am approaching this from an equity lens issue of why this education is important. I'm also approaching it from a workforce development perspective. I'm seeing this as programs that are very, I think, essential to our community as well as to our institution. Criminal justice is one of our oldest programs as well. And I know that it has been impacted by the pandemic as well as a variety of other different factors. But I do see that there's going to be a growing need, especially with what we've seen in our nation, for more people with criminal justice education and background. I'm very, so with all this in mind, I also want to acknowledge that there's other programs as well that will negatively impact the equity of access of education. The print shop, I actually, just to share an example, when I was at a recent salmon bake at the Longhouse, I grabbed a bunch of documents, magazines, papers that described like animals and plants. And I actually brought that to the FedEx down in Willamette and asked them if they can make a copy of this, just to kind of test out like, hey, would you be able to print this? Would you be able to create this and so forth? And I will say that even, and I've worked with FedEx before on a variety of different things. They didn't come out right. The alphabetization didn't come out right. It came out blurry. There was a lot of things that were just not the same. Quality, and so forth. That is really critical to preserving the language, preserving the culture, and preserving the meaning of those words in Chinook Wawa. And these are all equity aspects. I would say the tutoring center and those resources.
Austin, just a point of order. I think the motion, right, is about these two programs, but your defense is going well beyond
This
those
is
two
true.
programs.
Yeah, this is true. I was just expanding on the equity aspect of it. But that being said, point well taken. And I'll cease my discussion on this. We now are up to discussion. Looks like it's going to be Kevin. Steve, did you have a question as well or want to participate in discussion, or it was just a point of order? Okay. We'll go Kevin and then Zach.
Thank you, Chair. Clearly this motion sets the board towards operations. Our board is a policy board. We should be setting governance. We should set direction by setting policy. When we start advocating or selecting individual programs, that moves us away from our governance role. And I understand the public testimony and the difficult decisions and the potential impacts that the proposed mitigation plan has. And if the board thinks that there's going to be some magic, other solution to plugging the budget gap, I think that's a little bit of magical thinking. And so I would caution the board against thinking that more time is going to somehow help us reach consensus with our college community. I don't think that should be the question that we're asking, actually. I think the question that we should be asking is, do we have sufficient information? Do we have sufficient process integrity and fiduciary justification to make our decision? So real quickly, just two more points that hasn't come up in the conversation. Recently, Governor Kotek made 3 points, and she said, higher ed needs to look beyond traditional boundaries in terms of increasing efficiencies. She says higher ed needs to consider new delivery models to increase efficiencies. And she expects higher ed organizations to make difficult but forward-looking structural adjustments. One last point, then I'll be quiet.
Of course. Yeah. Go ahead.
The Higher Education Coordinating Council also has recently issued a report. I'll choose 3 points from that report. One of them is reducing unnecessary duplications across institutions. Another one is expanding shared or coordinated program delivery. And the third that I will point out is leveraging system level capacity instead of maintaining isolated program offerings. So for these reasons, I am not going to support this motion. And I think it's a dangerous direction that this, if the motion does pass, it's taking this board out of governance into operations. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Jesse, and then I put myself in the queue, but I also want to empower others to speak as well. Jesse. Oh, my bad.
I think Zach.
Oh, yeah, I great. Sincerely apologize, Zach. Sorry. Zach, then Jesse, and then I have myself in the queue. Go ahead.
A couple points that I'll put out there and then allow the discussion to develop a little bit more. So when I approach this, I'm looking, is this the correct decision fiscally? And was it a good process? With regards to the fiscal decision, I think the criminal justice program appears to be sort of right on the edge and could potentially be a net positive revenue contributor in the future. That case is a little bit harder to make with the HIM program, given the numbers we've been presented. With regards to process, I think this has been a very flawed process. I think the fact that the program coordinators were never, it was never articulated to them what the expected standards were that they were supposed to reach, that they were failing to reach those standards. They were never provided an opportunity to improve, to reach those standards. So, from my perspective, we've really dropped the ball here. This should be a process where during the program review process, if there are standards and expectations that are not being met, those need to be clearly articulated to the programs, and they should be provided an opportunity to increase their standards to meet those metrics. I don't think that happened in this case. I don't think either program was offered the opportunity. I don't think it was clearly articulated to them that there was a problem. And I don't think they were ever, there was never a discussion about how do we improve things to make these programs viable over the long term. So from my perspective, we actually need to return to the process, and we need to provide these two programs the opportunity to either get back to fiscal sustainability, or if they are going to be transitioned to a new degree program, like is being proposed with the criminal justice program becoming an AAOT with a focus in criminal justice, we should be having that new degree program set up so that there's a smooth transition. So that's, I think we should return to that process and give those programs the opportunity to return to fiscal system stability or to transition to a new degree program. On the flip side, that is going to cost money. And if that is going to require us to increase tuition by 50 cents a credit or $1 a credit, I think we need to have that discussion as if the majority of this board thinks that we need to revisit this process and that's going to cost money, I would like us to also discuss how to pay for it, because I don't want to just write a blank check to say, yeah, take 2-3 years to revisit these programs while we're continuing to bleed money. So that's where I'm at. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We got Jesse and then President Olson as well. Go ahead, Jesse.
I have a list of questions. I actually, because of what Trustee Mulholland just said, I perhaps kind of want to hear again from Dr. Bolger about that process question, and going back. I don't know if Trustee Mulholland necessarily phrased it as a question. I'm not sure how I can phrase it as a question either. I just am curious. I guess, do you have a response, Dr. Bolger? And if you don't want to take time, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but if you do.
Yeah, no, I'm certainly fine with that. I would like to respond, though, by saying that the assignment, if you will, was about the board having approved a 3-year mitigation plan, and then the college going through a process, a data-informed process, to make reductions. The process was not a formative process for our programs. We do have a formative process for our programs. It's called program review, and it's a faculty-led, faculty-driven kind of process. And that process results in formative improvements. That's what it's designed to do, be continuous improvement. So what I believe I heard is a process like that. We have one, but the assignment wasn't that. The assignment was that the board approved this 3-year mitigation plan and then approved an FY27 mitigation plan with $4.2 million of reductions in it. And that is what we've done. So I think the corollary, though, to your question really is consulting with project coordinators part of the process of continuous improvement. And I would say it probably is, but Dr. Tinkham can come up and put a fine point on that.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Bolger. To answer the question, we have 2 processes here at Lane Community College. One is the academic program review process that is faculty-led. It's an iterative process. It takes place in a 6-year cycle, and it focuses on continuous improvement, and it is faculty-led. The other process, which I believe that Trustee Mulholland is alluding to, is the academic portfolio review process. And that is a relatively new process that we have had now for the last 3 years. And that is the process by which we look at program viability. The process that you asked us to take was the budget mitigation. So it was outside of that process. And yes, with the program portfolio review, when we're looking at viability, faculty members are involved in that process and they are looking at their data. This was not the process that we took. The process we took was we responded to the board's request for mitigation, and we looked at what we could do, and these are our best recommendations that we're bringing forward to you that we believe will have the least impact on students. But I do appreciate your comments because we want to refine our portfolio review process in the future. And these are definitely your comments are well received, and these are things that we can do in the future. But there was no time for that. It is a very structured process, the portfolio review process that we take. So the assignment was not that.
All right, Jesse, I know you had some follow-up questions and comments.
Yeah, I'm going to follow up on this point, and then I will pass it to President Olson to go, and then I would maybe if we can come back, that would be great.
Okay.
I appreciate that, Vice President Tinkham and President Bolger. Good to have that insight. I think to your point about process moving forward, as a part of that mitigation plan, we now understand also that and throughout the budget conversations we've been having, mitigation conversations we've been having, that this will not be the last time we're going to be in this conversation.
Correct.
This will happen next year. It'll happen the year after. And, God forbid the years following, that would be great if we could turn this around. But it seems like we're going to be in this situation, at least in the foreseeable future, at least twice. So I think whatever way that, can perhaps take in some of the feedback we've heard from faculty and community members so far to hopefully do that later. Again, that is, the role of the president, but that would just be something that, as we sit here listening to public comment, it seems like folks feel like the process is flawed, and if folks are feeling that way, we should try and hopefully get to a point where that isn't the case. So that's all I have on that point. I would love to come back for a round two, but I want others to have an opportunity to speak, please.
Excellent. Thank you. President Olson.
I agree with several of the other trustees that this process does feel flawed, but there's one point that I feel that they haven't brought up in totality is the fact that the student input feels either null or doesn't exist. And I know it was explained to me that there's certain rules that our accreditation does put on us for when it comes in from forming students. But for the past 3 weeks, students have known about these suspensions since even before spring break and before the new student government came in. People knew about the suspensions, and now it's been aware to the new student government. We know about the suspensions as well. And there has been no attempt to access the student input on this. And I hear that we are trying to do this so it limits the impact of students, but I don't understand how we know we're limiting that impact if the students aren't even saying what's impacting them. Like, we have no idea where the student is at on this. And to that point, I think we need to bring students into this more. And I have a question for the administration of, if these programs do stay on, how do you entail to choose different things to cut to get to that $500,000? And will students be involved in that discussion?
The $534,000, if the board does not removes these two programs, then the $534,000 will need to be reduced in the budget. The $534,000 becomes greater than that. I don't have a number for you right now, but it does, because the start of the impact of those reductions would not take place until winter quarter of 2027. And so we would lose 6 months, July 1 to December 31st, and we will lose that 6 months. And so we would need to reduce the budget by more. And so I don't have the answer for you today about what that list might look like, but I can tell you that because we've gone through a thoughtful process now, it's going to feel even harsher, I think, to the institution. And that's the way it's going to be. The question keeps coming up, I think, about students and involving students in helping to make these decisions. We involve students in the thoughtful process that we had. I think Jonathan Campbell actually talked about all of the listening sessions that we did. We involve students at the level of, what do you want this institution to be for you? How can this institution help you be successful? We involve students at that level. When you make decisions about programs, you're looking at a number of pieces of information. What business and industry, what the job market looks like, what livable wages are. We're looking at a lot of information, so that you would anticipate that the student voice would be, keep my program. We want my faculty to stay there. So we know that, and we take that into consideration. And we actually did listen to the students.
All right, President Olson.
I want to say, to the point of that anticipation of people saying that we just want to keep our program. When I contacted students and met with them just yesterday, students came to me less with saying, please save my program, and more of saying they don't know how they would continue college if they got moved to KCC. They said that their financial aid would go at risk, their SAP would go at risk, and their ability and access to that program would be at risk. They weren't telling me that they needed this program because it was important to the community. They did say that, but what they were most concerned about is the fact that, yes, it was necessary for the community, but they as a student would not stay a student if we move this program.
I really appreciate that. And those are the questions that I would love to have the board ask us, because we can inform the students specifically about those particular questions. We intend at the college to do a gentle handoff throughout this process. And it's probably not clear what we've been saying. Perhaps it's the language of higher education that we're speaking. But we have talked about providing support services to students through the transition process.
So,
yes, please jump in.
And I can address that as well. I believe I agree with President Bulger that the information might not be forthcoming as well as it should be. All of this information, students are not going to lose their financial aid. There's a process by which we do these hands-offs. Getting the teach out agreement approved is not an easy task through the NWCCU. They look at this very closely. We're trying to do this with the absolute least harm to students as possible. And yes, I understand having your program suspended it's destabilizing, and we're absolutely committed to making sure that we're going to have a smooth transition with our partners. Each student will be provided with an individualized coach to help them through this process.
all right, I'm in the queue, but I did speak on the motion, so I want to make sure. Julia and Steve, I saw your hands were up. I want to give you obviously a first try, unless you're okay with me being in the queue. Are you okay with me being able to speak, or?
No, I think we should, our normal process is for those who haven't spoke yet, you get
No,
to,
of
and then
course.
we move to a second round.
Of course, yeah. And since I spoke on the motion, I'll wait for the second round. Julia, I saw your hand up. Is it still up? And would you like to speak? Yeah, go ahead, Julie.
This whole process is frustrating and sad that we're even in this situation, and that we have to cut so much, and that we'll probably be in the situation next year. I appreciated Trustee Maldonado's comments about, that the feedback that we've been getting is frustrating, and concerns about maybe a flawed system and how they're getting feedback. And so I appreciated his comments a lot. But when it comes to the motion that's on the table, I'm opposing this motion. And the mitigation plan that we've had and that we've been told about for a really long time, I mean, it's almost the end of April. We've all been very aware of this. It's not a preference. It's not a suggestion. It's actually a required institutional response that's been, gone through a really thoughtful process by the president and the administrative leadership, who has the authority and responsibility to manage the operational and fiscal health of this college. That's what we hired them to do. This board's role is to provide oversight, not to substitute its judgment for that of the administration or the operational matters. BP 4350 being invoked to justify this motion, I just want the record to reflect that I reject that application. You know, that policy governs major academic programs. NWCCU has already approved the process that Dr. Tinkham explained in depth. This mitigation plan is responding to the fiscal and operational requirements that falls outside the scope that policy has been written for, and applying it here would be a misreading of that policy, and I believe any external reviewer, including our accreditor, would find unsupportable. Overturning a suspension of programs that was determined through this professional administrative process without academic expertise, the fiscal analysis, or the accreditation authority to do so independently, God, it is precisely the kind of board overreach that puts this institution at risk. And I would remind this board that NWCCU accreditation standards are very explicit. Boards govern, presidents and their teams administer. I'm voting no, and I want to be clear that I do not take any of this lightly. I am sad that we are faced with decisions this difficult. I am heartbroken that we haven't mentioned it too much tonight, but I am heartbroken that there are staff members who will lose their jobs, people who have dedicated themselves to this college and to students. That loss is real and it matters deeply to me. But heartbreak is not a governance strategy. We are a board that knows. We don't suspect, we know. We don't fear, we know that this college is operating in a structural deficit. We have seen the financial analysis, we understand the consequences of inaction, and yet, still, this board seems to be prepared to overturn a professionally developed mitigation plan that protects, they want to protect programs that the data tells us we can't sustain, and send this institution deeper into deficit that will not correct itself. My job, our job as trustees is not to make popular decisions in this room. It is to ensure the fiscal stability and sustainability of this college so that it is not only here for students today, but for the students and this community years from now. That's the obligation we accepted when we were elected. I'm honoring that obligation with this vote, and I am profoundly disappointed that this board is not doing the same. And I want that disappointment entered into the record as well. And I just want to have one brief word on the suggestion that we might need to raise tuition. This board voted to set the tuition rate knowing full well the size of our structural deficit. This mitigation plan has been in our hands for a long time. That was a deliberate decision we made. It was the right one for our students. Reversing it now in lieu of making hard operational decisions this mitigation plan represents would be a clear signal to our students that when this board must choose between institutional discomfort and student burden, we choose to burden students, and I will not support that. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Steve.
Wow. Julie, that was quite impressive. I mean that you summed up better than, I don't know what I'm going to say now. That you summed up better than what I can say myself. I think there's a few minor points that I'm going to tack on, but I largely support what Julie said, and she said it more eloquently than I could have. So thank you for that. To address the point that was made earlier about impacts to students, I think our job is to be thinking about the student body, right? And not get too kind of focused on the impacts to individual students. They're there, they're real, and of course they tug at our heartstrings, and they do. It's real. But our job at the high level of policy is to be thinking, as Julie said more eloquently than me, for the entire student body, not just today, but in the future, right? So we're trying to preserve the institution, what the institution has to offer for the long term. And the reason in part that the administration selected these programs for elimination is because the impact that they do to the student body as a whole is fairly minimal based on just strictly on the numbers of students, and also based on the fact that there are alternatives that our students, some may choose, are not, you know, viable alternatives for them. Like that may happen, right? So we have to acknowledge some disruption to some individual students, despite the best efforts that I think we're promised that the institution will make. The personal coaches, I think that was new information to me. I'm glad to see that we're going to extend ourselves in that way. So, but in any case, our job is to think about the student body as a whole, and I just encourage those to encourage all board members to think that way. And then also I just wanted to address a point that I think Zach started and Jesse picked up on. I'll pick up on it as well. We are going to go through this, again and again. Hopefully 2 agains is it, right? And maybe more, but we got 2 agains coming. And I think we can all learn from this year's process and request some changes to it. Going forward, but as we were also reminded by the president, it's a process essentially that we put in motion, right? It was our value set that said, said to take some of this impact needs to come from the faculty side, right? Not all of it is going to be borne by the classifieds. Not all of it's going to be borne by operations or student services. We said that if we mean different, then we can adjust that for the next round. And if we mean that certain kinds of programs need, special attention or special involvement or special processes, we can do that going forward. But that's as we were reminded, we weren't. That's not what we asked for. And I think we can all see that. Wow, maybe we would do it. Maybe we would do it differently. Maybe not, by the way, right? At the end of the day, when your program's on the block, people are, you're going to rally your constituency and they're going to argue passionately, and we should expect that. But we should be asking broader questions and thinking longer term. And so as difficult as the thing is, my question to Dr. Bolger is, having heard all that you have heard tonight and via email, leading up to this and the last 3 weeks of opportunity for reflection and input and all the things that have happened in the 3 weeks or so since this was formally announced to the board, I just want to hear from you. Is this still your recommendation?
Yes, and I would certainly add ongoing daily conversations with my team, and they have meetings, and I'm not in there. Also, they're grappling and wrestling. Unfortunately, this is what we would come back to the board with, doing it all over again. This is what we would come back to the board with for this $534,000.
Thank you.
All right. This is not about, but this is about our responsibilities and duties, fiscal policy, our fiscal responsibilities, and overall it comes from not only a board policy, but also OARs, ORSs, and so forth. And I want to actually apologize. I mentioned, I've emailed about these OARs and ORSs, and said that is my answer to you, Kevin, and I do apologize about that. You and the public deserve to know what are those OARs and ORSs I'm speaking of. So I apologize. It's just that I have sent over 170 emails to my fellow board colleagues here about the ORARs and ORS. My vice chair can attest to the various questions that have been asked of me and my answers to those questions and so forth. So let me go ahead and go over those things so the public knows, so that you know, and so forth. Because it's not a reasonable answer to say it's in your email. So I apologize about that. The HECA administrative rule addressing program suspension, which is in regards to OAR 589-006, 0350 section 4 states that community colleges may request. Keep in mind, there's a difference between may and shall. May request a suspension of up to 3 years, but does not transfer the program suspension authority to college presidents. It keeps it to the board. In regards to HEC's internal policy and process books, under pages 223 and 224 allows the college president to submit deletion of requests through an administrative process. But the mechanism does not
Mr. Chair,
override the
a point of order.
Go ahead.
Chair, yeah, sorry. I appreciate your interpretation, and you brought
So
up
this is
good,
the point of what's your point of order?
My point of order is that the explanations are legal, and we might need to have an attorney provide us with these interpretations. You're free absolutely to say whatever you want, but I mean, I'm not sure that that's the guidance that this board needs right now.
I provide a lot of leniency to point of orders. I'm not sure if that was exactly a point of order, but okay. I want people to speak. I want you to speak, but I also have the right to speak as well. And that's what I'm trying to do, is share information and provide that information. I apologize. It's going to be a lot of numbers. And these are in your emails, by the way. But in regards to the internal policy and process book of 223 and 224, it allows college presidents to submit a deletion of request program, but the mechanism does not override or supersede the board's statutory responsibility under ORS 34.290. 290 has a variety of different sections. Many of them I'm going to apply to. One of them, which is under section 3. Apologies, let me get the proper email here. All right. So yeah, we've obviously heard a lot about operational matters, and therefore that may circumvent the board's oversight. But the ORS under Section 3 clearly provides the board the general supervision and control over all college affairs, and only the board, by majority vote, may determine a matter is within that purview. Additionally, under ORS, let me get the proper stuff here. Yeah, under Section 3, under ORS 290, the board of directors is expressly granted the authority to prescribe educational programs for the district, a core governance responsibility assigned by statute. So these are state laws. The HEC is a critical part of processes and determination of what we have authority over. And when NWCCU came to speak to us, they said, follow your policies, follow your local laws, rules, and regs. That's what we're doing here today. We are representing the people in a public meeting, in a public conversation, our duties and responsibilities to determine if these programs should be suspended, deleted, or closed. It also gives us that authority to open programs too. We have a long history. I voted on deletion of programs, ending programs at KCC, here at Lane Community College. In this history, we had discussions, we got information, and this is the first time I've received a document that we approved, which was the mitigation plan, that did not have programs in it of what we were deleting. And I know a lot of board members had concerns about that in the time when we were having those discussions of, hey, I don't see what programs are here. I don't see what departments are impacted and so forth. That's a critical part of this communication process. That's a critical part of making sure that we are doing things in as transparent and as open as possible for the public. And again, it is our responsibilities as board members under these OARs, ORSs, and even our own board policies that we can take this action. Jesse? And then you're—
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. Is Vice President Teakum still at the desk?
She's not, but what's your question? And we can bring her up.
Okay. Well, perhaps you can help me here, Dr. Bolger. I had two questions on this, and sorry, everybody, but I would like my questions to get answered before I vote on this. So I'll get us out here before the sun sets, hopefully. There was on the slideshow, and we don't need to go back to the slideshow, but there was a couple of things about the teach out and the articulated pathways. So we've heard a lot about the students, and I appreciate the answer already. I really, really, really am hoping to make sure we get it articulated even further, that the articulated pathways wanted to ensure, and Steve had mentioned something, and I apparently didn't hear it, but about counselors towards funding, grants, FAFSA, different opportunities for these students. Is that part of this articulated pathways conversation that will be happening if this program does close?
Thank you for that question. I'll have Dr. Tinkham respond to the question and also include any supports that you might be referencing that may not be part of the articulation.
Yeah, absolutely. So there are two groups of students that we are concerned about. You know, the students that are currently admitted to the program, they are part of the Teach Out plan with Klamath Community College. So those students would be taken care of through that process. But we're also concerned about students who aren't yet admitted into the program, our future students a year from now who are really interested in the health information management careers. We want to be able to continue to serve that population. So part of our teach out plan with KCC is to develop an articulated pathway so students can start here at Lane and then they can continue on over at KCC without leaving Lane County. So we would be working out any sort of financial aid agreements for future students. Something that community colleges already do. We have a very similar relationship with Rogue Community College with our physical therapy assistant program. So we would be using a very similar approach to that. So we would be connecting students between the two institutions. So in the future, we're still going to be able to meet this need, the students' interests, and then also our community interests. Now, with students who are part of that teach out plan, it's the same process. We're going to make sure that we're going to do as gentle a handoff as possible. And we recognize that there is some disruption. And each student is going to have an individualized, an individual advisor over at KCC. We will be meeting with Klamath Community College very soon to start these processes. And our hope is that this will be as streamlined as possible. As part of this, we have discovered that Klamath Community College tuition rate is they are more affordable. So our students there are some benefits there as well. And they are also they have told us, I mean, like verbally, that they're going to be as flexible as they can. And as part of the agreement, they are waiving any sort of residency requirement. They are committed to doing credit for prior learning so that we can get as smooth a path as possible for our students. So it's part of we want a continued relationship with Klamath Community College in the future so that we can continue to meet the demands of our community for this, I think what we heard tonight, a very valuable profession, but we can do it in a different way so that we can, just use our resources much more effectively.
Chair, we had a question over here as well.
Oh, yeah.
But I want to make sure that Jesse.
No worries. I have a queue. Yeah.
Okay, question of Jesse.
Yeah.
Did I answer your question? Did you get what you needed?
Yeah, I have a bit of a follow-up. You answered
Okay.
that piece. My next question, and it's kind of it's on that same piece though, is a teach out program very similar to and this is just from lack of my tons of knowledge in higher ed, like a dual enrollment situation from high school and college? Is that a synonymous way of painting this picture? They'll still be enrolled at Lane Community College, but they'll also be enrolled at Klamath?
Not exactly. Okay. So there's two terms. A teach out plan is for example, with criminal justice, we have a teach out plan, and we're going to be doing that internally. A teach out agreement is made when a college is unable to teach out their own program. So that teach out agreement for currently enrolled students who are admitted into the program is with Klamath Community College. In the future, we're going to have an articulated pathway for students, and that is very similar to dual admissions. The students can enroll in both programs simultaneously, and that is, something that we would be working out with Klamath Community College, or we would develop a very close transfer program. So yes, that is for the articulated pathway, very similar to dual admission.
If I could just assist here. So the teaching out of the criminal justice program students, if I'm right about this, it means that the students who are currently in that program will finish that program.
Right, correct. They're going to finish that program at Lane.
Thanks. Thank you. Sorry, Chair, really quick. I just wanted to.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah. No. Thank you thanks for jumping in. Go ahead.
I appreciate it. That was my next question. I just, you all received the same emails that I received, but there was some students who emailed that, it was very concerning to hear from them. And I feel like, again, speaking to what we're going to do moving forward, this process definitely needs to be cleaned up a little bit because it feels like they weren't communicated well, at least from their angle and emails to us and correspondence to us and public comment as well. It's already stressful to be a student. It's really stressful right now with everything going on in the world. And I feel like we definitely didn't ease that for some. So having some answers to that those are the questions I had some big questions still on. So I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we have Zach, President Olson, Kevin, Jerry, before we go though, you haven't had a chance to speak. Do you want to speak at this point?
I'll wait for everybody.
Sounds like a plan. Excellent.
And I'm going to make it in 1 minute.
Oh, love it. All right. So Zach, President Olson, Kevin, and then Jerry.
Okay, so I'll try and step back for a moment and talk about process moving forward and sort of what expectations are. That if I was in a program that was going to be cut, my expectations would be that that program would be informed of what the expected metrics were that they were failing to meet and given an opportunity and a timeline to increase their performance to meet those metrics. So that's what I would like moving forward. Personally, I would like us to revisit these two programs with that in mind. And I do have an alternative motion that would allow the process to sort of be replayed with regards to these two particular programs so that they could have a year or 2 years to try and meet performance metrics and get back to fiscal sustainability. So that would be my ideal, is that we could have a process in place for these two programs, that they would have that opportunity. And then if others are supportive of providing that opportunity for a revisited process, then that's likely to cost money. And I would like us to have a conversation about how to pay for it. So I have a motion drafted that's an alternative that I would like to put forward at some point that would have the administration have a better process than what was performed previously, rather than us jumping in and saying this specifically is what the outcome that we want. Thank you.
Okay. President Olson, Kevin, and then Jerry.
I'm sort of piggybacking off of what some of the other board members have said, but I have initially concerns of the logistics of the HIM Teach Out program. And especially because you say that like these verbal agreements have happened and these verbal agreements, and if they don't go through, you'll set something else up. But like, I think it falls back on the communication with students here that like many of them were panicking. I mean, we've heard from public comment that students were dropping out of these programs because they didn't think they would be able to finish them here at Lane. Nothing was communicated to us as students, not to the whole student body, not to these individual students. They were left figuratively and literally in the dark. And I would appreciate that if going forward that a new process be included. That I understand we have to follow accreditation standards, but we shouldn't be leaving our students in the dark about what's going on with their education. When a student doesn't know what they're doing with their education, they become, again, like I said, no longer a student, which in turn just puts more of a financial burden here on the college. I will say that I think revisiting these programs is a financial concern because we have, I think I've heard $500,000 writing on this.
I have no idea what that sound is, but
like
you can keep going. Yeah.
Sounds like we have $500,000 writing on this motion, and I'm concerned about what might happen to other programs or student services in regard of not approving this plan. And I would hope, like I will reinstate, that students are involved in this conversation more, because we weren't this time. And we, speaking from myself and the students I spoke to in the HIM program, are offended that the administration did not involve us in this conversation.
Kevin, and then Jerry.
Thank you, Chair. I have so many questions, so I gotta narrow it down. Again, I'm wondering what the board is thinking. Like, well, if we don't, if we carve out these two programs, what do we expect the administration to do to fill that gap? And so I would ask the president, what do you need, President Bolger, if this motion passes? What do you need from the board in terms of direction? Because to me, it's completely unclear. It's like, nope, we don't like it, but we need a plan moving forward.
I appreciate the question. I would need clarity on what to do with that $534,000. Will the board support me in finding the $534,000 administratively? Does the board not want to do that? In which case the board, we would want to give the board what the impact is, what the fiscal impact is going to be to the budget and the ending fund balance next year. We're prepared to do that this evening.
You asked for guidance, President Bolger, which is, and this is an opportunity here. Our shared governance process can be really helpful in this regard. The Budget Subdevelopment Committee, which does include faculty, classified professionals, students, and administrators, they given this information, can provide additional suggestions and recommendations as well. There's opportunities, I think, for that. There's potential policy things that we can review as well, as far as with our reserve policy. I'm not necessarily wanting to go that direction necessarily, but that is also an area of opportunity there. We are just getting started with the budgetary process as well. And so, yeah, there's a couple different avenues I feel that we can take. And we have taken these avenues before in the past. I remember when the Student Health Clinic was voted down as a proposal. The Budget Subdevelopment Committee gave some great recommendations and next steps as far as like student fees and a variety of other different areas where we could actually make changes and update things. I didn't mean to speak out of line, but you did ask for guidance, and I wanted to provide that.
Well, it would probably take too long to actually speak to that. I just want the board to recall that the Budget Development Subcommittee actually is a subcommittee of the College Council. I'm the vice chair of the College Council. The College Council has two co-chairs, a faculty member and a classified professional. The Budget Development Subcommittee actually essentially reports to the College Council. If there are any decisions that come from the College Council, those decisions come to me before they go to the board. So I would just appreciate the board hearing that as well. We'd like to give the impact because it appears that the board wants to entertain not approving me to move forward with finding the $534,000, just so that the board is fully aware of what the impact on the budget might be next year and the ending fund balance. I'd like to ask Kara to help me with this. We already shared tonight, you probably saw within the Budget Committee presentation that Jonathan Campbell shared. He shared an ending fund balance at the end of 2027, about $3 million is what I recall. We are going into this is projected, but going into the academic year, fiscal year 27, with about $7 million roughly, and we would be ending that year with $3 million. That is about 3.1%, roughly, 3.1%, not 10%. It does not get us, it does not progress, which is what the board asked me to do, was to help us progress toward the 10%. So that doesn't do that. So any additional monies that you do not want to have reduced in the budget, then those are going to be added to that ending fund balance in a negative way. Am I right about that?
Yes. Oh gosh, I'm going to break the whole thing. What I would add to that is we're looking at, just to remind the board, when we talked about the second quarter forecast, and we will be discussing the third quarter forecast in the first meeting in May, the early release, those numbers are not improving. So we are projecting to deficit spend this year. We've already discussed that at the board. It's about 400,000, right? We'll go over the next projections when we have those finalized. That will already come off our ending fund balance this year. So we look at ending this year's fund balance about $7 million. That's at about 6.9% of the ending fund balance. If next year, this 535,000 is also added to a deficit spending situation, we'll continue to deplete that ending fund balance to 6.5%, which will get us probably closer to 6% ending fund balance. So we are continuing that deficit spending. And then one comment I would add with, even if we change the reserve or the 10% ending fund balance, we're just talking about next year having a break-even budget. So that means we start the year with a certain fund balance and we end the year with that same fund balance. We still haven't achieved that. And just to add one more context, what President Bolger is talking about. So if we delay taking action on this 534,000, the impact of those decisions is escalated in more because 85% of our budget is people. Unfortunately, that's where we're at. And with that, we have reduced our M&S budget to the greatest extent we can. It's a flat budget next year. It's not increased. We're not adding to our deferred maintenance budget or any of our goals at this point because our goal is the first year, right? Just to sustain where we're at. And then the next year after that, we start adding to deferred maintenance and then we start adding the year after. So we're not making those goals. And when we have the impact of 6 months into the next year in order to target 534,000, it's almost double impact because you're delayed so far in. So that's the context of what President Bolger is talking about, if that helps.
We hope that helps a lot with the board because the stakes are really high for the budget. The college, which is not typical actually for community colleges, but that's our college, and we work within it. But we don't have reserves. We really don't. We don't have reserves, and so we don't have multiple millions of dollars that are just accruing interest or invested. We just don't have that. And so the stakes are incredibly high. And wondering what the board would like to do this evening and so that I have clear direction.
Jerry, and then we have Zach, Steve, Jesse. Go ahead, Jerry.
Gosh. I think we started our mitigation plan process looking at, was it 4.5 million? And we accepted most of that mitigation plan, right? Now we're looking at 500,000. That's what these two programs represent. I think they're extremely high value programs. I think they have a lot of good for our community and for society in general. I'm going to vote for this motion because I do think there are other alternatives to making this budget balance, and there's no doubt we'll make a balanced budget. I think these two programs should survive, and so I'll be voting in that regard.
We got Zach, then Steve, and Jesse. Go ahead, Zach.
I'm a little confused as to where this $500,000 number came from. According to our budget packet that we had for tonight's meeting, worst case, these are like $180,000 net deficit. Where's this $500,000 deficit number coming from?
And it was in the actual plan that we shared at the last meeting for academic programs. For these two programs, it's just $534,000. Dr. Tinkham can explain that. I think there was a question earlier, trustee, about this, and she can explain that again and maybe explain that a little different way.
I don't have the exact numbers from the last budget meeting, but what this represents is the savings in faculty and program expenses, including part-time faculty.
Is that a gross or a net number?
That would be total, I believe.
So it would be gross, not net. Because net, we also have a 300,000 some plus and $500,000 in revenue.
I think I'm following where you're going. What we're anticipating is taking the 534,000. We would move it to other sections of faculty teaching that have high demand and wait list. So we anticipate the FTE and the tuition to continue in other areas, in the growth areas. That's where we talk about the high demand courses. We have courses that have wait lists, and that I know Dr. Tinkham can speak to, but that's what we're anticipating. So part of what we've talked about is investing in our part-time faculty budget so we can increase those areas that have those wait lists and knock down the wait list.
So by spending that $500,000 on faculty for high demand programs rather than low demand programs, you're expecting to increase revenue by $500,000.
We're expecting to, at minimum, sustain the revenue that those programs bring in. So when we talk about the FTE and the tuition, we anticipate that at least continuing and increasing to help with our enrollment to getting to 2% next year.
So the revenues will continue, but the expenses will not?
The expenses will, right, correct.
Okay. Color me a little skeptical.
Understood.
Okay.
And if I can address both of the programs, the FTE is relatively low in both of those programs, so we can make up the FTE in other areas that are more cost effective.
Okay, thank you for that. I have an alternative motion. I would like to move to amend the proposed motion, and we'll see if I get a second on adjusting the language. Okay. I would move to amend the motion to read. And if someone could write this down while I read it, that would be awesome.
We got, oh, yeah, just speak slowly.
Direct the president to work through the portfolio review process to allow the opportunity for the criminal justice and health information management programs to either A, return to fiscal sustainability, or B, transition to a comparable degree program, and prepare a tuition and fee adjustment to cover the increased costs.
Do we have a second?
I'll second his motion so he can at least speak to it.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded. Zach, you could speak to the motion.
Thank you. Again, I think the process that was used to approve these programs being cut was flawed, that if a degree program is slated for closure, the folks that run that program should have clearly articulated expectations and the opportunity to meet those expectations. It seems like this process went outside of the normal portfolio review process. These degree programs deserve to get treated on the same basis and evaluated in the same way as other degree programs. This would allow the opportunity to do that. It would also require the board to come back and make the hard decision to pay for that. If a degree program that I was in was threatened, I would want the college to do everything it could to try and return that program to viability. I think that approving this motion provides that flexibility where the college can take an additional look, and it sets the precedent that this is the expectation moving forward, that when a degree program is slated for closure, that there's going to be this clear communication of expectations and the opportunity to meet those expectations. So with that, I appreciate the conversation and look forward to a board decision on this matter. Thanks.
Let's see. So Steve, Jesse, Julie, I know that you were wanting to speak to the previous motion. I'm not sure if you want to speak to this motion or not. If not, I can keep, okay, great. I can keep it in the order about this, and then I can add President Olson to it as well. So if you want to drop off for this one, I can still keep that order for the previous motion. Okay, great. So Julie, President Olson was first, and then you. President Olson, go ahead.
I agree with the statement that this process was inherently flawed. The lack of input seems to be great, and as well as the lack of communication and understanding about what's happening is shared not only by the students, but members of the faculty and members of the classified. However, that does not mean I think we should put this burden onto students by raising tuition to cover a cost in trying to reflect these. It is not the fault of the students that a process was flawed. It's the fact of the matter, the students weren't involved in the process in the first place. And I think it would be, I'm not sure of a better language to put this, but disrespectful to raise tuition on them when you've already given us the total of 1.2 to now turn around, and because you believe that the process the administration followed was wrong, to raise that tuition to cover whatever costs to try and fix it. It's not the students' fault that things went wayside, and it shouldn't be their burden to help you fix it.
Mr. Chairman, point of information.
Point of information.
Motion.
This is an amendment.
I know, does this amended motion suggest that the tuition is going to be raised?
The language.
The end of the motions would have had the administration prepare a tuition and fee adjustment to cover any increased costs, such that it would not affect our net budget situation next year.
All right. Let's see. Oh, thank you for putting the motion up. Greatly appreciate our staff. We'll go Julie, Kevin, I put myself in the queue, and then Steve.
Yeah, and I'd like to go after. I'd like to make a comment.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Well, I actually just want to make some, I have about 2 or 3 different questions. There's some assumptions that were made about what the administration didn't do. And so my question is to President Bolger and her team is, could you explain to us in detail what the process actually was that Trustee Mulholland is stating in his motion by directing you to go through a portfolio review process? I would assume you've gone through some type of review process. So could you please explain that to us?
Yes, we can certainly explain that. I would start by saying that the program portfolio process is a faculty-driven, not that one. Okay, well, I'm going to have Shelley explain that one.
Okay, we have the program portfolio review process is an administratively driven process that takes place every year. We've had this process now for 3 years that looks at program viability in comparison to other programs. That process took place this fall and winter, and we have just concluded it. That isn't the process that was taken for the budget mitigation plan. It's something else. So the approach that the college took to address the budget mitigation, it wasn't the budget, it wasn't the program portfolio review process. That's something else entirely. I do appreciate the comments made on how we might be able to make that process more robust moving forward, and wrap it into these decisions moving forward. But that wasn't the process that we took. And the academic APR, academic program review, is a process that Dr. Bulger is talking about. That is the 6-year-long process that is faculty-driven, that focuses on continuous improvement. So we have 2 processes here at Lane. One that is very much the unit of analysis is the program itself. That's academic program review. And then academic portfolio review is looking at the entire portfolio and looking at viability and also improvement as well.
And I'd like to ask a question. So the portfolio review process is in the motion. Is that because you're thinking that there was not enough input? I'm trying to understand what you mean by that part of the process was flawed, because we need to do more to explain the process to you if that is the case. Could I get a response to that?
Just for the purposes of response? Okay, go ahead, Zach.
So my understanding of the portfolio review process, as it's been explained to me, is that there are metrics that are applied to different programs, that those metrics are standardized to a certain extent across, so that different programs are treated similarly in that review process, that review process results in recommendations for improvements and probably an action plan or timeline for said improvements. And my concern is that by having this process that went for the 3-year mitigation plan that went around that normal review process, that these programs are being potentially held to a higher standard than other programs that are reviewed through that process, A, and sorry, I'm getting sidetracked slightly. So I want them, A, to be treated with the same standards, and B, my understanding is that through that process, there's an opportunity for improvement, so that if you aren't meeting certain.
So Zach, I think you're speaking to the motion now as opposed to providing additional clarity. So
I'm sorry, I was trying to respond to the question.
Oh, okay. So yeah, go ahead and respond, and then we'll go back to Julie because I'm sure she has other things she would like to ask. So yeah, but go ahead.
No, I understand what you're saying,
Okay,
and I
great.
do need to respond to
Okay.
that. So this is the program portfolio review process is for a particular reason, which I believe that we've explained, and I believe that you understand that, trustee. I do. The process that was used to determine which programs would help us get to the numbers that we needed to get to was a different process. It was more of an institutional process, looking at all of our programs, using data, using the board's values, using what's mission critical, workforce development, student success. A lot of variables went into that. And I think that that is what I am maybe wanting to be more clear about, is that the program portfolio process is a continuous improvement kind of process. When you're making institution-wide decisions, where 85% of your budget is in salaries, everything is going to seem like it should stay. Everything is going to seem like it should stay. But we were asked to make some really, really hard decisions. We had criteria for that. We've explained that to you, and that's why these decisions are coming here to the board.
Julie, did you have any further questions or clarifying? Yeah, go ahead.
I do, and thank you for allowing that question back and forth, because that helped me not have to ask no more questions. But so could Nicole, could you put the motion back up, please?
One moment.
Okay, so now we talked about the portfolio review process. So now there's a comment about fiscal sustainability, and then transition to comparable degrees, and then prepare a tuition and adjustment to cover the increased costs. So this is a big motion to kind of control the administration to do exactly something just to confirm these two programs. And I'm kind of aghast. The cutbacks that are needing to be done have nothing really to do with that portfolio review process, as that was just now explained to us. It has to do with fiscal issues and these difficult decisions we have to make. So this motion cannot be approved as written in any way. I mean, how do we do that? It's not even a feasible solution. So my question to I'm not sure that I have a question now, because I don't even see how this is even remotely possible. So it just seems out of sync now. So thank you. I'll be done. And if I think of another question, I'll raise my hand again.
Of course, yeah. We got Kevin, Jesse, myself in the queue, and Steve. Go ahead.
Muted.
Kevin, you're muted.
Thank you. In my perspective, this conversation has gone deep into the operational weeds. We're a group of volunteers, elected officials. There's not an educational professional amongst us. We rely on the president and her staff to do that important and complicated work. So respectfully, I would ask that our conversations get out of the weeds, get out of the operational weeds. My second concern is that we bumped up very close to the line and perhaps crossed that line of critiquing the president's job performance. That's totally unreasonable to do in this setting. If we have concerns about how the president handled a particular situation, those conversations need to take place in executive session. So let's please do not get our conversation into critiquing the president's performance and how she supervised her team. Thank you.
Heard and noted. Jesse, go ahead.
Appreciate it, Chair. I appreciate all of the answers provided this evening from Dr. Bulger and the staff, the vice presidents, and everybody. And one other really big compliment, I think, to President Olson as well. I really appreciate not being afraid to speak up by any means. You have a seat at the table and you're using it. And I think that has been very, very helpful to me as a board member tonight in hearing what's going on and how we move this process forward over these next couple of years. I obviously echo everyone that this is not a fun spot to be in. We're also not alone. We look to our friends at 4J and Springfield and see the decisions that they've had to make are tenfold what we are having to deal with right now. And that is an unenviable position to be in. This position is enviable to be in. How do you ever tell somebody, yeah, you should run for office to be on this board? It's not enjoyable. And tonight I think I'm gonna go to bed sick to my stomach because it's a tough vote to take. But and I wish I could find $534,000 just sitting on the side of the street tonight and say, here we go, we can solve this and we save these programs. But ultimately, I think we have to move forward here. We've got to make a decision. We've got to do this. It's not going to be an easy one. We could go rounds with any program that we wanted to. We could do it constantly. If we voted down these, it said we want to keep these programs, what's going to come to us next? We could do it again too. Folks are going to rally and they're going to come and talk about the importance of their programs. This is an important program to people, and that's why it brings heartburn. And every other program is important to people as well. I feel like I've gotten most of my questions answered that I wanted answered tonight, and I have still heartburn, but less heartburn than I did entering the evening. I also think that moving forward, really hope that we can listen to the folks that have commented tonight and corresponded with us via email and ensure that the process is as all-encompassing as possible and transparent as possible moving forward, because again, we're going to have to deal with this again. My plan at this instant is to vote no on this amendment and vote no on the original motion and move forward with the proposal that we have from administration with great heartburn. But I do believe that it's arithmetic and we've got to make the numbers pencil out. And if we don't move forward here, we're going to continue to have these conversations over and over and over again. And I think we just kind of got to be the decision makers that we are put here to be.
Yeah, so I'm going to be voting no on this motion, or the amendment rather, but yes on the motion. The main reason for my no on the amendment is I appreciate President Olson and what your statement there and so forth. I do want to state though that there is a lot of questions I still have about the numbers too. So and a part of that, yeah. So anyway. There's a lot of things I still have questions about the numbers. Zach was making some excellent points in regards to net versus gross. And yeah, and if it's closer to $100,000 as opposed to $500,000, there's great benefits to these programs. Again, the fact that this is health information management is a CTE program that's all virtual. The things that we heard from the public, the things that I've researched from, and again, this is also an opportunity though for, like I said from the very beginning, an equity lens. This is an equity lens issue as well. And we need to consider the populations of people that are being negatively impacted by these decisions. So that being said, I'm going to vote no on the amendment, but vote yes on the motion itself. Steve.
Just wanted to make a comment about Zach's amendment, which that if we were to accept that process, and the spirit of it, by the way, is I accept that. I mean, I wish we could do that, but if we did, we would effectively be removing academic programs from consideration for during this 3-year cycle, right? Because basically what Zach's proposing is they get, some kind of notice, they have a year or two or maybe more to improve their performance, and effectively, they would be removed from this process. And I don't think that that's inconsistent with the values that we expressed last summer. Everybody would participate, and that and from my perspective, that is where our involvement should end, and then we leave it to the experts to make the most precise cuts. So anyways, just wanted to make that point. I'm ready to call the question.
Question has been called in regards to the amendment. All those, so we'll go ahead and move to a vote. We'll do a roll call vote on this amendment. Go ahead.
Kevin Alltucker?
No. Mr. Chair. I'm
sorry.
sorry. I think we have to we have to take a vote on the calling of the question.
Oh, my,
before we
yeah,
can
my
make a-
apologies.
Yeah.
Tired. Sorry about that. There's going to be a vote on the call to question, not on the amendment. My apologies on that. Let's do a roll call vote for that just to make sure it's on the record. Go ahead.
Kevin Alltucker,
Yes.
Austin Fullnagy.
Yes.
Jesse Maldonado,
Yes.
Steve Mattal,
Yes.
Zach Mulholland,
No.
Jerry Rust,
Yes.
and Julie Wiesman.
Yes.
We're now moving to the vote on the amendment. We'll do a roll call vote for the amendment.
Kevin Alltucker,
No.
Austin Fullnagy,
No.
Jesse Maldonado,
No.
Steve Mattal,
Nope.
Zach Mulholland,
Yes.
Jerry Rust,
No.
and Julie Wiesman.
No.
All right. The amendment failed. We will now go back to the original motion. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and move to a vote. Oh, go ahead, Kevin.
Clarification, Chair. Just explain a yes vote and explain a no vote.
Of course, yeah, and thank you for putting the motion up in front of us. The yes vote would allow for the motion to direct the administration to retain the health information and criminal justice program as not part of the mitigation plan. So essentially to retain the two programs. So that's a yes vote. No vote. Yeah. Oh, Zach, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair.
Go ahead, Zach.
Speak to the motion very briefly. I think we missed the mark on the process here. I think we should go back to the process, but I think that voting to extend these programs without being willing to take the vote to figure out how to pay for them is not responsible. And so I can't support this motion without a pay for. Thank you.
All right. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and move to a vote. If we could do a roll call vote.
Kevin Alltucker,
No.
Austin Fullnagy,
Yes.
Jesse Maldonado,
No.
Steve Mattal,
Nope.
Zach Mulholland,
No.
Jerry Rust,
Yes.
and Julie Wiesman.
No.
All right. I do really appreciate the motion failed. I do really appreciate the discussion, the thoughtful conversations and the thoughtful questions in regards to this, as well as the public comment as well. We're going to be moving on to good of the order, but I do see a couple.
We have an original motion that people want to make.
Oh, my apologies. My apologies. Yes, there is the original motion. Yes.
I would like to make the original motion.
Okay.
Would like to make a new motion now that the amended ones have failed. The Board of Education affirms including the Health Information Management AAS and the Criminal Justice AAS in the board approved FY 2027 budget mitigation plan.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Steve, would you like to speak to your motion?
I don't know that any additional I think we through the discussion on the amendment, I feel like we have thoroughly covered the pros and cons of the issue. I personally am ready to move forward with a vote.
All right. Any further discussion? Okay.
I see the writing on the wall that this is going to pass, and I'm going to vote no, just because I think we had an opportunity to revisit the process that would have done this in a better way, and we're not doing that. And that's the reason for my no vote. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none?
Excuse me, Chair.
Oh, my apologies. Yes, go ahead, President Olson.
I want to summarize some of the concerns that coming from students and myself about this. I understand cuts need to be made, and it's on the unfortunate logistic and financial reality that this college has entered. But ignoring any kind of student input on this, I believe, is just wrong. We need to understand what students are saying, and we need to communicate to them about what's happening with their programs, because we've already lost students because of this, the way that this was followed, and we will most likely lose more because of it. And many students, and I will try my hardest with the student government to try and inform them about the options that they will have following this meeting, because I've learned new things because of this meeting that these students didn't know about. And I want to make sure that going forward that this process is just that the concerns of the students about this process are listened to, because we're concerned about the way that this looks financially, the way that the communication happened. We're concerned about the way that the information was presented in this presentation. There's information that differs from one of each other. And through my own personal research, I understand I'm no expert, but it didn't take me long to find some interesting red flags throughout the administration's argument. And I would just hope that moving forwards, we can have a more fluid way of going about this and a more fluid way of communicating with students and faculty and classified about what's happening here and what their actual opinion is on these things.
All right. And just to add just a little bit here, President Olson, I really wanted to say that you really did a great job in representing a variety of student voices today. I immensely appreciate that. I've went out, talked to students, talked to community members, talked to businesses to gather my opinions as well. And I could tell that you've done that for the student population, and it brought those voices and elevated those voices. And I really want to thank you for that. Yeah, I try to do the same. And I always want to encourage my fellow board members, please reach out into our community, listen to what our community members are saying, listen to, gather information as well, and bring that to this conversation. It's critical to bring that information to this conversation. It's part of representational democracy, which is what we need more of. I do want to thank the staff for the information, answering our questions, and your insight, professionalism, and consideration of all this. President Balger, thank you for the questions that you've answered as well, and being and giving us guidance and opportunities to get information as well. And overall, I really appreciated this conversation, this dialogue. It was respectful. We were focusing on the issues, and that is really, really important for dialogue. Thank you, everyone, for being part of.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that, Chair. So I just want to say that we will talk with the Student Government Association President, with President Olson, about the students' feedback, because I'd really like to hear that myself. So we will follow up with the students, and thank you very much, everybody.
We haven't taken the vote yet.
No,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was finishing my statement, and so yeah.
I apologize. I thought you were finished.
We have the motion before us. We'll move to a vote. If we can do a roll call vote.
Kevin Alltucker,
Yes.
Austin Fulnagi,
Yes. No, sorry. No.
Jesse Maldonado,
Yes.
Steve Mattal,
Yes.
Zach Mulholland,
Okay.
Jerry Rust,
No.
and Julie Wiesman.
Yes.
All right. The motion carries. And with that, we will now move on to the good of the order. Good of the order is that we do have future meeting dates. On April 29th, we have a budget committee meeting. And then on May 6th, we have our regular May board meeting. And we got some future dates as well for that. I apologize, don't have them directly in front of me here. And with that, we will move to adjourn. Oh, go ahead, Zach.
Following on tonight, I think, we've talked a lot about what the process should be moving forward. Next year, I'm not going to want to approve program cuts when those programs have not been given an opportunity to meet the performance metrics that are expected of them.
Point of order. Where are we on the agenda for this discussion?
Yeah, I tried to give people opportunities to speak. We are at adjournment. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Again, that's a fault of me as a chair, is that I want to give people an opportunity to speak. So with